Is there?
Yeah, there's breakfast
Yeah.
and the kitchenette.
Man,
There's
beef,
chicken.
fried rib,
Yeah, it was delicious.
sliced thin.
Yeah, that's very tender.
Yeah, the food was good.
Oh.
If there's mashed potatoes and broccolini back here, I know what's going on.
And a bottle of wine.
It's leftovers from last night. I don't think that was was that broccoli that they ooh, that was really good.
Broccoli. Morning.
Good morning.
Need to raise these screens up just a little bit.
Grab your bag.
Yeah, you have to lean forward.
We will start our meeting today for our Board of Directors meeting. That is our retreat. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get started. We'll do roll call. I'm just going to look around the room because I don't have anything ready yet. Bill.
Hey.
Sky.
Here.
Delilah.
Here.
Mike.
Here.
Wes.
Yes.
Eric.
Here.
Karen.
Here.
Reg is absent. Ashley. is also absent, and I'm here. Sean
Present.
is also here. Excellent. Just a friendly reminder that both audio and video of the meeting are being broadcast. Anyone using the link to the meeting on CA's website will be able to see and hear the proceedings. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Move.
First by Bill. Is there a second?
Wait a sec before we go live here.
Did you get my comments?
I saw the email link.
Yeah, a couple of these quick comments. Were you reading that today?
No.
Oh, okay, good. Okay. Oh, yeah. All right.
Okay.
That was good.
Excellent.
Very minor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. So, Bill, first for the approval of the agenda. Was there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Delilah. Delilah seconds. Is there any objection? Great. By consent, the agenda is approved. We move to resident speak-outs. Is Larry here, in person or virtually? Nope. Okay, that is it for resident speak-out, and that concludes that. I'm going to turn it over to Sean now.
All right. So we have Jan Desper-Peters here today, and she's going to give our board excellence training. As those of you who have been on the board, saw this last year in another form and fashion. But I'll hand it over to Jan for our training.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jan Desper-Peters, and I am a certified Standards for Excellence trainer for Maryland nonprofits. And we've been asked to do our board excellence training, which primarily kind of gives an overview of governance and management in a nonprofit organization. So just a little bit about me. I've been affiliated with Maryland Nonprofits initially as a board member, but I've been executive director for about 7 or 8 nonprofits in Baltimore over the last 30 years. So recently, now I shouldn't say recently, I guess maybe about 10 years ago, I started my own business because I was kind of transitioning from being an executive director, and people started asking me, thank you. People started, do I have to hold this the whole time? Because you're recording? Is that what it is?
It should be able to.
Because I can speak up.
Walk around.
Okay. People started asking me to do some consulting and training with their boards. And so I started doing that, started my own company, became a certified Standards for Excellence trainer. And then I've had the awesome opportunity to not only work with nonprofits in Maryland, but around the country. So I'm excited to be here today to share this information. My company does a lot of different trainings as well, but I believe my personal sweet spot is the board excellence training. So a little PSA about Maryland nonprofits. So the mission is to strengthen organizations for greater quality of life and equity. And our vision is that nonprofits have the power, capacity, and ability to build, advance, and sustain vibrant, connected, and equitable communities. I also wanted to share with you a little bit about the Standards for Excellence. Have you all heard of the Standards for Excellence? Okay, so several years ago, Maryland nonprofits created this model called the Standards for Excellence for Nonprofit Organizations. It helps them achieve the highest benchmarks of ethics and accountability as it relates to nonprofit governance, management, and operations. I liken it to the Good Housekeeping seal for nonprofits. And so it is a national program, and it is so sought after that they copyrighted it, and now they
state nonprofits throughout the country replicate that program. So there are 182 accredited organizations as a result of the Standards for Excellence program. There are 67 standards, 27 educational resource packets, of course, Standards for Excellence training, which I'm doing today, and there are 250 licensed consultants in 25 states. It also is a revenue stream for Maryland nonprofits. So the Standards for Excellence, again, if you can see those seals at the bottom, is pretty well known and highly respected. And it puts in place strong policies for good governance and legal compliance, and a well-defined mission with impactful programs. All of the first tier, plus ensure your organization is inclusive of the community serving, that you hold strategic and effective board meetings, and that the programs are attentive to strategic issues and trends in the community. All of the first two tiers, plus your organization creates long-range strategic and sustainable plans, builds strong board performance, and outlines steps to strengthen diversity, equity, and inclusion. So let's take a look at what we're going to review today in our retreat. So I just want to say that the retreat is very interactive, and there'll be some opportunities for us to have dialogue and conversation throughout the retreat. So today we're going to look at being a more collaborative and supporting relationship, what that looks like between the board and the staff. We're going to look at some concerns or points around clarity of strategic direction, progress on crafting long-term goals and objectives. We're going to look at building consensus on the most important issues to focus on over the next year, board roles and governance, team building and establishing relationships with other board members, and respectful communication during board meetings. So specifically, the topics for today will be board fiduciary responsibilities. I'll review that. Understanding your organization, core board member responsibilities, and again, management versus governance. So what's the economic impact of nonprofits in Maryland? I don't know if you've ever thought about it, but there are many nonprofits in Maryland. There are over 40,000 nonprofits in Maryland that employ about 280,000 workers, and the contribution to the state's economy is about $77 billion. So nonprofits in Maryland offer many services, as you can see by this graphic here, the largest being human services, and then public and societal benefit, religion, and so forth and so on. So we have a great spectrum of nonprofits in Maryland and have a significant financial contribution to the state's economy. So just so that I would know, you probably already know, if you could we could go around round robin, and if you could give me your name again, which community that you represent, and how long you've been on the board. I'm going to start with you, Karen.
Hi.
Hi, Karen.
Yeah, I'm Karen Emery, and I represent the Village of Oakland Mills, and I'm starting my third year on the board.
Okay.
I'm Eric Grimberg, representing the Village of River Hill, and I've been on the board about 4 years.
Okay.
I'm Wes Furman. I represent King's Contrivance. This is my first year.
Welcome.
I'm Michael Liebersuch. I'm from Owen Brown. This is my second year on the board, and before being on this board, I was on the Owen Brown board for 6 years.
Okay.
I'm Colin Sullivan. I'm from Town Center. I'm starting my second year on the board, and before that, I was on the Town Center Village Board for a year.
You're starting your which year?
This is starting my second year.
Second year. Okay. And you're the chair of the board?
Yep.
Yes.
I'm Delilah Holmes. I represent Dorsey Search, and I've been on the board like 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. I think you get the prize for being the newest.
I'm tied with last.
Tied. Okay, all right, I got you.
I'm Sky Anderson from Hickory Ridge, and this is my third year on the board.
Hi, good morning. Bill Santos, Wild Lake, and I'm starting my 4th year on the board.
Okay. All right, Dan. Staff, okay. Staff. Okay, got it. Thank you all for indulging me. I appreciate that. So we have a wide range of people as it relates to their maturity on the board, which is great. And so I'm going to dive right in and talk about your fiduciary duty. A lot of times when you hear people speak about boards and what their responsibilities are, you will hear this word fiduciary. So really what we're talking about is three different components: the duty of care, the duty of loyalty, and the duty of obedience. And so if we look at the duty of care, this really describes your level of competence that you're expected to have as a board member, that you are, you have a care that is ordinarily prudent person would exercise in a like position, that you assume responsibility for being on a board and the activities of that board, that you owe the duty to exercise reasonable care when you are deciding as a steward of this organization. So really, with keeping the organization first in mind as you make decisions about this organization. So that would be representative of the duty of care. The duty of loyalty is a standard of faithfulness. A board member must give undivided allegiance when making decisions. So you may have allegiance to other boards, and you all specifically do because you represent your various communities. But when you're in this space, your thinking, your decision-making should be focused on what is in the best interest of the Columbia Association. And then the duty of obedience requires board members to be faithful to the organization's mission. So many times I work with organizations, and there could be what's called mission drift. And a lot of times the mission drift is associated with organizations who may be seeking funding from outside organizations, and there's an opportunity that they can get this funding, and they start trying to insert small pieces into their mission that would fit the funding criteria when that really is not their specific mission. So the basic rule for this is that the public's trust that the organization will manage the donated funds to fulfill the organization's mission. So when members act in a representative capacity, I'm not used to the clicker yet. When members act in a representative capacity, they're focused on the mission of the organization. They're focused on doing what's in the best interest of the organization. And they're also focused on how they can use the resources that are specific to this organization to benefit those who they serve. So what shapes an organization? Really what shapes an organization are the external forces around us. The board composition, really looking at is your board representative of the people that you serve in many different ways. A lot of times when we think about diversity of a board, people primarily focus on ethnicity or gender, but there are other things that to consider. There are other things that to consider as it relates to the people that you're providing representation for, as it relates to their interests, as it relates to sub kind of categories that represent the people that you serve. And so we really want to focus on those things as well as we look at board composition. And then the board performance and behavior is very important. Coming to board meetings, making sure that you read information that's presented in advance before you come to the meeting, and then being really resolved and resolute in your decision making as it relates to this organization. So your commitment to fiduciary duty, so again, putting the organization's interests first ahead of your own. So it could be something that you feel personally very strongly about, but if it does not benefit the organization and the people that is served in the best interest, then we as board members, can put aside our personal interests and do what's in the best interest for the whole. that you show up to meetings and events. Probably not the situation here where you have a problem with having a quorum, for instance, right? You have to have a quorum to even proceed in your meeting, because if you have action items and you don't have a quorum, then you can't vote on those things. And so being informed, I mentioned that before, being informed as it relates to not only coming to the meeting and hearing what's happening in the meeting, but also receiving information and then reading that information in advance. Supporting decisions. You may not have voted for a certain thing, right? But the majority did. The majority voted to have an event. As a board member, we support that event because that's what this organization's board has decided to do. So we support that particular entity, that particular event, or that particular decision. Confidentiality. I just usually use the example of the Vegas rule. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Same thing in your board meetings. What happens in your board meetings stays in your board meetings as it relates to conversation and discussion. So you wouldn't necessarily go out and, tell your friends, all of the things that were happening in the board meeting. And then we avoid conflicts of interest. If we know that, for instance, I own a grass cutting business, and my board is deciding on whether or not it's going to choose which grass cutting business is going to choose. It's not necessarily that it's unethical or illegal to choose my grass cutting business, but there needs to be some parameters around that. For instance, it may not be my business, but it may be my husband's business. So I need to let the board know that. It may be that it's another friend or relative that I know. I need to disclose that. It also means that as a board member, I wouldn't vote on that particular decision. I would recuse myself from that situation. But everything done in transparency and above board, avoiding conflicts of interest. So when we look at the nonprofit organization cycle, Columbia is a very mature community. You are in a very good position with regard to strength and having your board composed. You have a new president and CEO, and so you're not a startup. The organizations that are startups then move to the next cycle with regard to growth, which means that they're doing things like this. They're having trainings. They're being more strategic about who they're having on their board. They are doing things that would increase their budget and increase their programming and increase their offerings. And then when you get to peak performance, you really have all the resources, or most of the resources that you need. But not only that you have internalized that as a board member, I'm responsible for making sure that my organization has the resources that they need. Some organizations go into a decline because of a crisis. Could be a number of things. Could be that there's some impropriety with staff or a board member. Could be that someone died. It could be a number of things that would create crisis and decline. But planning ahead for those things. Now, how do you plan ahead for those things? Well, there's something called succession planning. You all don't plan to be on the board forever. Even though Ms. Sean is new, he at some point will say, you know what, I want to retire, I want to travel, I want to be with my family more, I want to enjoy, all the things that come along with having a fulfilling career and now wanting to do something else. And so what does that look like as it relates to this organization? After the crisis, then, we have renewal. And then renewal, hopefully, will put an organization in a place where it's actually able to kind of skip that startup stage and go back to growth and peak performance. these slides just basically say the same thing I just said. So you don't want to wring your hands and roll up your sleeves, because that's not possible. So when, as a board member, we have to be actively engaged. We lean all the way in because we've made a commitment to the organization that we're serving. So I'm assuming that most of you all did the board assessment. I think we got 14 responses back from the board assessment. Is that correct?
Like 8?
Okay, all right. I thought I saw 14. So the board assessment really was done to look at 3 things: your individual role, the mission, and the collective role. So in looking at your individual role, looking at, your job description and conflict of interest, and whether or not you all have all of the things that a mature board, seasoned board at peak performance would have. Board giving policies, whether or not you evaluate yourselves, whether or not you evaluate your president and CEO, and then looking to make sure that you have your bylaws, articles of incorporation as a 990, but not as a 501c3 or a C4, right?
Yep.
Having the information in place, having an org chart, having core values, that your financials are strong, yes.
We have a charter, and would that fall under the mission?
It would.
Okay.
Yes, yes. And then also strategic plan. I know there were many comments in your documents as it related to strategic planning, and I'd like to have some conversation around that when we get to that. And then even an annual plan and a DEI plan. And I know that there are various thoughts now in the space that we live in around DEI, but as a Standards for Excellence model, it is something that we feel strongly about as it relates to having diversity, equity, inclusion as it relates to board. Yes.
This group is fine with DEI.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to offend. Okay. The collective role, your meeting schedule, and making sure, especially you have 2 new board members, that they know when the meetings are, that they have received all of this information as it relates to policies and procedures, any kind of expectation that they serve not only on the board, but a committee, that, of course, you have a whistleblower and grievance policy, that you have an annual budget, that you are audited, that, again, you look at board performance as a collective, and that you have some risk management internal controls in place. So this is small, and I hope you can see it, and I don't know if we can make it any bigger. But this is really a compilation of your board assessment. And I'll make sure that I asked Sean if he had gotten it in advance, and he said he didn't. And so we were leaving the survey open, I think even as recently as yesterday, to try to get as many responses as we could. So I got this yesterday as it related to the responses from the board. So I think, I don't have a laser, but hopefully you can see it because we put it in red as it related to engaging in long range and strategic planning, and the rating for that. And just curious, Sean, would you like to know some of the thinking around that as it relates to why that received a poor rating?
I actually do have a question. So I see a total of 14 responses.
Right.
The board has 11 members, so who else was filling out responses?
this is the information that I got from many nonprofits.
realize-
Right, that's what I said. That's why I said you had 14 responses.
But we only have
Right.
10 members.
So I need to, I can circle back.
I didn't share it with anyone else, I don't.
Right, and we didn't either.
They're just trying to
Right.
figure out,
Right, we only shared it with your board. So, I would like to circle back and make sure that this data is correct, especially because when I said 14, everybody's eyes got wider. And so I just want to make sure that you have the right data here. So in any regard, versus me going back and making sure you have the right data, you had a question?
I was just going to make an observation that if those numbers are correct, then there's definitely 14 responses, because 7.14 is 1/14 of 100, so
yeah, but then how do you get 8.33?
that's a good question.
Maybe all people didn't answer all questions.
Right.
All people did not answer all questions. I know that for sure.
But there's a can't answer. There's a can't answer, so that should collect
I
everything.
think also based on the information that I got, that some of the answers were skipped too.
Okay. So
Yes.
I think you were going to ask Sean a question.
Yeah, I was just saying, I just asked, would it be okay, because or did you want to have a separate, have it in your regular board meeting to kind of look at the 4 or so areas that are red, not knowing why we have 14 responses, and see if there was any input people felt comfortable sharing about those 4 areas, and what their concern is and how they would like to see that done differently. So it would be the strategic planning piece, organizing the board so it operates efficiently, using the board members' time, skills, and interests well, and then the board assessing its own performance. Yes.
So just observation, whether it's 14 or however many, and the items you've highlighted in red look like they're statistically significant.
Right.
I think regardless of any, how many surveys you actually got, I think those are worth looking into.
Okay, all right, thank you. I thought so as well, especially because, like you say, the respondents under those areas are pretty high. Anybody have any other comment? If not, I'll keep moving. So Sean, I'll make sure you get this data, and I'll ask specifically about the 14, and then you can address the concerns that your board members have. Okay. So in doing this work, one of the things that we do is try to glean as much information as we can. I read your bylaws, I read your articles of incorporation, I read board minutes, I look at your website, and then we talk to staff and the president and CEO, and sometimes the board chair. So in doing some of that due diligence, these are some of the challenges that were presented to us, not that I gleaned, but that were presented to us. Developing a long-term strategic and cohesive vision, intense cost pressure for goods and services following an inflationary period, concern around challenges for lower demand for CA's membership and programs, possibly caused by the impact of inflation, working through differences, putting aside personalities, focusing on our charge, and working as a board, onboarding the new president, and having the board concentrate on a strategic focus rather than on operations. And if you see something or don't see something here, this could be a good time for you to add to this list if something wasn't captured. And some of these comments also came from the survey.
Well,
I've been here a year now. I think I'm onboarded.
Okay, you're onboarded? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's much more to do.
Okay, all right.
as long
You
as-
feel
as
pretty,
long as
feel
it
pretty
goes to the
comfortable.
bathroom, we're
This,
good.
this looks like last year's
This might be
slide.
last year's
Okay.
survey
Yeah, I
and
think
last
so.
year's points here.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you're no longer the new guy, all right? So we're good. So when we look again, I'm still going through the survey with the board talents and strengths. The board felt it was strong in supporting the president and CEO, living into the identity as a corporate board versus a legislative board. So understanding better your duty and responsibility as a board member, developing a strategic focus while supporting staff and operations. Again, I'm talking about what you all stated in your survey as your talents and strengths. Conflict resolution, project management, event organization, financial management. There were 2 people or so that talked about leadership experience, meeting management, and employment history with CA. So when you think about conflict resolution and project management, these also are some of the items that you as board members shared as it related to CA, your mathematical skills, listening, having a perspective. Oh, is that me? 1 second, I apologize.
Battery high. You thought it was a.
It's like, is that me? That was me.
Somebody was out there.
Right. Somebody was out there. Having a long history of board experience. So even though you have, I heard of, I think 4 years was the highest number of years that someone had been on the board.
Yeah, 3.5.
3.5, okay, all right. Ensuring the budget is adequately meeting the needs of the organization, but came up as a concern. Better utilizing the time and talents of board members, establishing an objective methodology for assessing the need for change. Live into the governance function of the board without overstepping into management. So really, the assessment, in my reviewing the assessment, may be things that you think of as a board member individually, but may not have had the opportunity to see collectively what your board is thinking. And so, because I only have an hour and a half, it doesn't give us the time to look at all of these items, but it just gives you an opportunity to see what your board members are thinking and some of the things that you can prioritize as a board. So we just started, and so I'm not sure if we need a break. I can keep rolling because my time is limited. And I can take a break later on. Let's roll with it. Okay, good. So the core board member responsibilities. So again, establishing and maintaining the mission of the organization and determining how the organization carries out its mission. Again, hire, supervise, evaluate, and support the executive director, or in your case, your president and CEO. Establishing policies that ensure best practices are upheld. Ensuring legal compliance. I see you have your general counsel here. That's great. I'm assuming, sir, you're at every board meeting for the most part?
I try to be.
Okay. Well, it's great to have you in this space. And it is a luxury to have someone like you in this space in a board setting on a regular basis, or as often as you can be here. Ensuring, maintaining finances. Again, the annual budget should come before the board. The board should vote on the annual budget, and then that's your governance responsibility. Then once the budget is voted on and approved, then you hand it over to management, and then management then actualizes or implements the budget based on how the board has approved it. Ensuring adequate resources. Sometimes when I'm working with smaller organizations, they kind of place all of that on management or staff. But it is the board's responsibility to make sure that the organization has the resources that it needs, both human and fiscal. Organizing and maintaining the board, advocating for and promoting the organization, providing oversight to ensure the organization is making progress in achieving its mission. So if you look at these 9 items, they're the kind of top things that you should be thinking about as it relates to your responsibility as a board member. So these are things that if I asked you the question, you as a board should be able to say yes to. If it's like, or not really, then again, these are opportunities for us to look to see how we can improve the internal workings of our board. So is your mission still relevant? I mean, you represent the various villages in Columbia, and Columbia is still a vibrant, thriving community. So of course your mission is still relevant. Are your programs needed? Do you take a moment to step back and see if what you're offering is really what the people that you're serving need? Are you showing results and demonstrating impact? Is there a way that you're then surveying or getting feedback from the people that you're serving to ensure that as a 8-member, 10-member, 12-member board, even though you're representing the communities and you're bringing the thoughts and the desires of your various communities, are we in some way evaluating that to make sure that we're having impact? Do you have a current strategic plan? Do your annual work plans coincide with your strategic plan? So looking at that strategic plan, I mean, a lot of organizations get so excited when they get that strategic plan, like, we've done it. We have this strategic plan, but they never look at it. They never tie it back into their annual plan. They never tie it back into how they're providing feedback or evaluation of management or staff. And so we have to look at the strategic plan as a living, breathing document, and that it's not something that is necessarily set in stone, because things change. Our world changes in various situations. We can just take the example of having a worldwide pandemic about 5 years ago. Who knew, how that was going to impact us? So if we were looking at a strategic plan before 2020 and then 2020 came, we need to revisit our strategic plan because so much was changing over those next few years. Are you working with partners to better meet your mission? Okay, so these are some of the questions that you can ask yourself to ensure that you're still in focus. And then also looking at your mission. So mission is not something you change sporadically or on a whim, but you do need to look at it every 3 to 5 years just to see if it's still relevant, like we asked before, that you're staying on top of the critical issues in your field. Practice adaptive strategy. Again, measuring your overall effort. And this is something, like I said, I've been in nonprofit management for a long time. And in the earlier years of my work in this field, even funders weren't necessarily asking us about impact. We could kind of get away with how many people were in the meeting and, how many items of whatever it was we were providing that we served. But now, it's become really, really strategic. It's become very advanced. And we as mature boards need to understand that there needs to be some mechanism in place where we are evaluating and measuring our organizational effort. Engaging in continuous evaluation, learning, and adjustment, I kind of liken it to, I call myself a lifelong learner. And so even though you had board excellence training last year, you have 2 new board members, and some of you were in the training last year, but there, again, are dynamics that change on an annual basis, and there's some things you may have forgotten. You see it as a refresher. I'm not the consultant that you used last year. I may do it a different way. I bring my own experiences, and so having that ongoing and continuous learning is important. And completing your due diligence in partners, ensuring there are signed agreements in place when those are appropriate. So I'm going to give you a brief pop quiz. Remember I said it was going to be interactive. I don't want you to sit there and just listen to me rattle off, and I want you to participate. So looking this way, because we have a cheat sheet in the room, can somebody tell me what is the mission of Columbia Association? Like verbatim. Nobody?
Well, that's encouraging.
It's because it's too long.
Right.
Okay.
We should have done something shorter so it was easy to memorize.
Okay.
I know where to look it up, that's for sure.
Okay, all right, that's fair. I'll take that.
Yeah.
What about extemporaneously? What is the mission of Columbia Association? Not verbatim.
It's engage our diverse community and provide them a variety of services and benefits to enhance their quality of life.
Very good, and very close to verbatim, word for word. Okay? What about the priorities? What are the priorities of CA? Do we know where to find it? Okay, where would we find that? As a board member, where would we find that?
I would go to the budget.
Okay, all right, thank you. So in this world of technology, I always tell my sons are 23 and 31. And I always say, when I went to college, we didn't have the internet. And they cannot believe that this old lady is their mother. And that I got through it, and I got a degree, and I got my master's degree, and I didn't have internet. And I definitely didn't have AI. So, in saying all that, we at least know that there are resources in place that if we need to know the information, that we can secure the information. But it's also important to have, and it's later down in the presentation, what we call your elevator speech. So if you're in the presence of people who don't know about CA but should, whether it be a funder or a resident, then we have that language within us that we can pull up without going to our phone and going to the website and reading it, right? And as a board member, we should be able to do that. Someone tell me what the values are of Columbia Association. Come on, guys. Let me see. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's not even early. We're good. One value. One. Right. Just go for that one. Right.
I think part of the issue is that the questions you're asking don't align with the strategic plan we just wrote.
Okay.
Where we have a matrix strategic plan. And I honestly don't remember the terms we use, but it's like focus areas and impact areas, and we don't use we don't use the terminology that you're asking right here.
Okay.
So if you looked at our strategic plan, like we all just wrote this thing, and I think we could rattle off some things that are on there, but it's just not in the same terminology that's on here. So things like in there are like, diversity is definitely in there. Value to residents is in there. Wellness, I think, is in there. There's a bunch of those things are in there, but it's just it's tangential to the way you're asking the question, and that's
right. And that's fair. But when I ask you your mission, there's really no other way to ask that.
Well,
and
to build off this point, we have this conversation a lot internally with the staff. CA is an organization that's been around a long time.
Right.
Its commitment to the community, to diversity, equity, inclusion, those are core, and you go back to Jim Rouse. So we have this discussion around mission and vision when, the board had asked to kind of look to update them when we updated the strategic plan. We're a fortunate organization, and yes, every organization needs a mission and vision. This is core to CA, what they do. So I think when people ask, like, oh, what's your mission and vision? It's not like we're this, used car dealership where like, all right, well, we've got some ethical issues here where maybe we need to focus on a mission and vision. I think it's core. You kind of see that in everything we do every day and what we're promoting and the programming and services we provide. It's important. So that's why I think most people are like, I don't know. But if you ask somebody what CA does, you get more of a response that reflect that mission and vision.
Okay.
And then to Mike's point with the strategic plan, in order for us to be more nimble and flexible, we've created one with strategic focus areas. And that's community engagement, wellness, resource resiliency, and then environmental sustainability. Within that, there's components. And then along with that, there's some things that go along with that are core to CA, which is DEIB, modernization, awareness of value. So those kind of flow through everything we do. So the framework that's been created, it allows the board to be kind of more global in what they do. They're not set. So, the board changes. You hear like there's, the board, the terms are shorter here. So each board annually gets to assign goals and objectives based on this strategic framework where they take ownership of that, but also working towards, an ultimate goal of kind of those strategic focus areas.
Okay.
So
yes.
So I agree with you. I believe that values are the foundation of everything. I mean, the values are what you build the strategic plan on. And I think if we can't easily identify those values within the strategic plan, it might be worth looking at that and trying to at least be very specific about it, so that everybody is on the same page. So it's not like the old fable of the 10 blind people looking at an elephant, that we're all on the same page.
Right. And most of the time on a board, you'll find that people join boards because their values, their personal values align with the organization's values. So we can start there and kind of understand what our core values are as an individual, and then read and become familiar with the core values, or whatever the term is, your strategic feeling about how this organization operates. And so I don't think that, I was being a little facetious as it related to give me the mission statement word for word or the mission statement word for word, but as long as you can speak about your organization, if you're trying to maybe okay, I don't want them to elect me the next time, somebody else needs to be elected, and you're able to have that conversation with other people about why they should be on this board, why they should participate in some of the ancillary activities or programs or services that the Columbia Association offers, and why, if someone wanted to give a big gift, why they should do that, right? And it doesn't have to be scripted from the website or from the budget document, but as a board member, we need to be able to have those conversations. This is really the point of this, right? Not to make you feel uncomfortable.
I think there's a difference that I could go on all morning about what Columbia Association does and what its values are, and all the different, programs and services and amenities that are provided, and how those are important, and how residents are better served under this as, compared to other parts of the county. to do it in an elevator speech is a little tough sometimes because it is fairly comprehensive what, you know, this as an organization does. So that, I think, is the struggle here.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Can I just make a comment about
Yes.
that?
Mhm.
We do all that because of our values. So my elevator speeches, we live in one of the most inclusive country clubs that everybody is able to join. We have pools, we have pathways, and everybody here is thriving.
I love it.
Thank you.
I love it. And it's not only what you know as a board member, but what you experience as a resident, which then gives it more credibility. It gives it more ease when you're talking about it. You know, if you really, really know the subject matter, right, then you can speak about it more freely. And I think it probably maybe just takes some practicing. I mean, Karen has this great, I'm going to call it elevator speech because it was short, it was to the point, it kind of gave an overview of what's going on in the Columbia, not just the association, but in Columbia as a whole. And if we can just, I'm just challenging you, if you will, to think about it in that way and then be able to share what your personal experience is, not only on the board, but also being a resident in Columbia. Okay? And thank you all for the feedback. I appreciate that. So the next piece with regard to governance, and I just want to make sure, because I don't know that I said this, when we're talking about governance, we're talking about the board, and then there are some things that are, I would say, kind of gray area between the governance and management, which is staff, and then there are some things that are specific to governance and specific to management. So as it relates to governance, of course, the hiring, supervising, and evaluating, and supporting, in this case, your president and CEO. So supporting the chief executive responsibilities will be regular, timely, and accurate reporting. Sustainability as it relates to presenting a holistic view of the organization's plans and progress. Management, managing the operations, the employees, the volunteers, providing some self-assessment as part of the board's review, and then compensation, preparing and reporting a compensation structure for employees. Yes?
I'd like to pick up on the last bullet. I don't recall ever seeing a compensation structure for CA. When will we see such a structure?
You ask about that, Eric, we provide that to you. Every position that comes up that's vacant, we have an analysis done by our HR consultant. So we do have a structured method in place for reviewing these.
Does that come to the board?
No, it's not part of the board's responsibility. The board reviews the budget and approves the budget.
Establishing policies that ensure best practices are upheld. So again, if I asked you hypothetically or literally these questions, then these are the things that the board should be able to answer yes to. Do board members know their roles and responsibilities? Do you have good attendance and engagement at board meetings? Are there ever board meetings where you don't have a quorum? That's the key point for me, is that you have a quorum. Have you evaluated the board's performance? Is that something you do on an annual basis, that you evaluate yourselves? Okay. Do you have a plan for board leadership succession? Are the board's records kept in good order? Just meaning you have minutes and they're kept someplace at this kind of stage in our world electronically. Are your committees helpful, effective, and transparent? And is your board inclusive of the community you are serving? So sometimes when I read this, people say, well, you know, that really doesn't apply to us. I mean, we don't necessarily need to do, for instance, an annual evaluation of the board's performance. But I just want to remind you that the things that I'm sharing are what are in the Standards for Excellence model, and that have been embraced not only by Maryland, but statewide nonprofit organizations across the nation. And so in that model, you do evaluate your board's performance. You do make sure that you have good attendance and engagement at your board meetings. So again, not just arbitrary and capricious kind of, this is what your board should be doing. This is a tried and true tested kind of model of board excellence, yes.
So when you take, who does the, like, so it sounded to me like it was like more of a checklist, so evaluating the board's performance. Would it be, these were your goals that you set out for the year, did you meet them?
Correct.
Everybody attended, there was good participation, people were prepared, is that what you're?
That's what I'm saying, because say for instance, you said we wanted the Columbia Association to receive the Standards for Excellence designation, right? These are the questions that would be asked, and there would need to be, there would need to be compliance with these various things. And if you want to as a board or even as an individual feel that my board was strong, my board was operating and with the excellence that would match up against what Maryland Nonprofit says is the standard, then these are the things that you would look at.
Okay, thank you.
Thought I saw another hand.
Sorry, excuse me.
No hand?
Kind of along the same lines that Karen was saying is, do you have a cut sheet for evaluating standards for a board?
Yes, Maryland Nonprofits has a manual, and because you all also are members, there are resources on their website that can be accessed from that website, and they would have samples. So if you're like, I don't want to just pull something off the internet, because Maryland Nonprofit would have a sample of, for instance, a board evaluation document.
Okay, thank you.
So ensuring legal compliance. So monitoring compliance, again, we talked a little bit about conflict of interest, reporting misconduct, ethical obligations, respect for those you serve, privacy, and any kind of grievance procedures. So if there was an issue, whether it be with your president, CEO, or someone that is an employee here, that you have a process in place, a formal process in place if someone wanted to state a grievance. Again, what the board should answer yes to, are you complying with all relevant local, state, and federal laws and regulations? And some people may say, well, I don't know what all the relevant local, state, and federal laws and regulations. Again, Maryland Nonprofits can be a source for that. If you wanted to get information specifically on that, not only does it have resources and information in the members-only section of the Maryland Nonprofits website, but they also have a full-time general counsel, and that person is available to you because you are a member. Do you know if you disclose your 990? How many people here, I'm going to say, don't know what a 990 is? Everybody knows what 990 is? Okay. So every year, a nonprofit has to file a return. I call it an information return because you're tax exempt. It's not necessarily your tax return. So as an individual, you probably used to file in 1040, whether it's a 1040EZ or a regular 1040 or whatever. So nonprofits have to file as well because your determination, your status as a nonprofit is approved by the IRS. And so every year they want you to report to them. So that's what the 990 is. There are many people who start 990s and then don't do what they're supposed to do. And so you have to report every year. If you don't report 3 consecutive years in a row, you lose your nonprofit status. So that's what that is. The Form 1023 is just the application you use to file to be a nonprofit. And then the determination letter, which is so important because if you lose it, it's hard to get the IRS to send you another one. Just basically is your letter once they review your application and says that we've deemed that you meet all the criteria and now you're a nonprofit. So those are what those 3 documents are. Do you have a process for reporting misconduct? Do you have a conflict of interest policy? And do you treat the people you serve ethically? Right? So again, just food for thought.
Question?
Yes.
You said that CA was a member and could avail ourselves of some of the services. What about the villages? Do you know, or?
I'm not sure, Sky, sorry. We pay a membership to them.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And as a good Maryland Nonprofit Standards for Excellence consultant, I would suggest you look into membership for your individual villages. It really is not cost prohibitive. It really is not. So, just so many resources there. And not just on the website, they have so many knowledgeable and capable people. Like I said, they hire a full-time general counsel, and I've even used that person in asking questions for my clients, and I also have a nonprofit as well. And the thing I love about Maryland nonprofits is that many of the staff there have been there, they have long tenure there. So they've been there since almost the beginning of when Maryland nonprofits started. They just have identified an interim CEO because their CEO left and went to do some other things recently, and she had been there a long time. And the person that they've identified as their interim CEO is someone that was in-house. So just an outstanding organization, and people are so knowledgeable. Anything you would want to know about the nonprofit world can be found at Maryland Nonprofits. And I'm not just saying that, they really is. So ensuring legal compliance is really related to monitoring compliance. How are you? Conflicts of interest, reporting misconduct, ethical obligations, respect for those you serve, privacy and grievance procedures. So again, when we dive a little bit deeper into this, really looking at the annually completing the legal and regulatory compliance review, again, knowing where to find all publicly available information. There's an organization or entity called GuideStar, and they post, even if you were a member of another nonprofit or you wanted to know about another nonprofit, GuideStar posts the 990 information. I'm not going to say of all, but many of the nonprofits, so that you can go there and you can see. And the 990 has a lot of great information, because you have to check so many boxes in the 990. You have to check whether or not you have a grievance policy. You have to check whether or not you have a whistleblower policy. You have to list your board members. You have to list the highest paid, compensated employees that you have. You have to list the people who are your largest donors. So that's definitely a great resource. They have a free and a paid version. Of course, you know, with the free version, there's some limitations, but it's a great place to look. Even if you wanted to go back some years and look at older 990s, though that information would be in GuideStar. Annually signed a conflict of interest disclosure statement. So the Standards for Excellence suggests that these statements not just be signed when you originally come on the board, but that you have your board members sign them annually. Ensure everyone knows how to report a complaint, a grievance, or misconduct. I call it something like a tabletop dry run, because I own a transportation company, so I usually have transportation-related analogies. So a dry run. So, for instance, at a board meeting, you may consider having an exercise where you do role play. If someone had a complaint, a grievance, or misconduct, then have someone play the person who has the complaint, reporting to Sean, and then what the steps are as it relates to what that looks like. Sometimes just seeing it in writing, it doesn't, become part of what's going on in your knowledge base or in your personal library, if you will. And so maybe having those opportunities sometimes so you feel more comfortable about what those policies and procedures look like. And then making your ethics code or value statement public, which only means that you would put it in a place where people could see it, and that's usually your website. So maintaining your finances, again, we talked about, and I'll kind of skip through this. When I say skip, not skip items, but move through it pretty quickly because I've talked about a lot of this. The budgeting, again, you all know your board would approve the annual budget. Monitoring finances, I'm sure at your board meetings you receive some kind of financial statements and review, whether it's a profit and loss statement, balance sheet, whatever it is that your board presents, that you receive that information on a regular basis, that depending on the amount of money that you have in your budget and where that money's coming from, that you have annual audits. I talked about the Form 990, that you do have, HR, personnel, people call it people moving, people come with so many different titles now for the HR role, and volunteer policies, that you have financial policies, that you know what those financial policies are, whether check can be signed by one person over a certain amount, it needs to be signed by more than one person, how you then determine even how you're going to secure the vendors that you use, whether you get 3 quotes or 2 quotes. Like, you should have a written policy around finances, and then any administrative policies as well. So again, this model with regard to self-check, right? And whether or not you're able to say yes. Is the budget consistent with the strategic plan? Are the interim financial reports timely? And then you as the board determine what does timely mean. Is that every time the board meets, we should see financial reports? Is it quarterly? You all need to determine what that means for your board. If budgeted revenues do not materialize, is there a contingency plan? Do all members know what is on the 990, right? Once the 990 is done, is it not necessarily given out, but is there some kind of review at a board meeting? And if you have an audit, has a presentation been made by your auditor or your CEO or your chief financial officer or someone that walks through that audit and helps you understand that? Does the organization have the right insurance? Anybody can tell me what D&O insurance is?
Directors and officers.
Directors and officers, okay? And my new people, not putting you on the spot, my new board members, why would we need directors and officers insurance?
In case the board's a liability?
Exactly. Are there sufficient reserves available to sustain services during an emergency, during a time where you may have a slump in your revenue for whatever reason? We talked earlier about inflation and the economy and all that's going on with regard to people losing their jobs and so many things happening in our world right now. Like, are there contingency plans for that? Are all payroll taxes paid on a timely basis? Are transactions with insiders transparent and ethical? Is your data safe? There's so many hackers, and Ben can probably come up here and do a presentation on that. So many hackers and so many people doing so many nefarious things to steal from other people. We want, and whether it's money or data, the securement of data is sometimes just as rich as being able to steal somebody's Bitcoin. So we want to make sure our data is safe. So in the financial analysis, rule number 1, the percentage of total expenses that are used for program activities should not exceed 75%. Now let me tell you what that means. When you look on the 990, there is a column that kind of outlines how you're spending your money. It's program, and then there's your management expenses. And so what this rule is, I'm a little hesitant to use the word rule, but the suggested model as it relates to the standards for excellence is that you spend 75% or more of your budget on program versus operations or staffing, that most of the money that you secure is spent on programming. For every dollar spent on fundraising, the organization should raise $3. I've worked with organizations that have these great fundraisers, and they think they made, we made whatever amount of money, but they haven't taken into consideration the amount of time that it took for staff to actually facilitate that fundraiser. They then haven't taken into account that this fundraiser was expensive. By the time we ordered the lobster and filet mignon as the dinner plate for everybody, and we had the finest linen, and we had the Chevalier chairs, and we had this speaker that came in and spoke, and we paid him all this money or her all this money, and then we didn't raise enough money to even justify all of that.
Yeah, just kind of as a point of reference, so CEA is unique in our structure. While we are a nonprofit, it's almost like a municipality. So 60% of our funding comes from an annual charge, which is almost like a tax,
right,
an HOA fee. We don't do a lot of fundraising, and then we have a whole side of the business, that Dan oversees that's membership driven. So to our facility, so that's almost the private nonprofit aspect of the business. So fundraising wise, we don't do a lot like a traditional nonprofit might have to do fundraising. We have our funding that, the annual charge is pretty set. It's stable. The membership fluctuates a little bit more, but that's relatively stable. So that's what makes CA kind of unique among nonprofits.
Right, exactly, and I understand that. And I was just making the point that, in really going back to Rule 1, in that as you spend down your money or obligate your money, that most of your money, which is 75%, is 3/4 of the money that you would bring in, should be designated when you look on your 990 toward the program activities. That you have reserves, and because you have a very mature organization, I'm sure that's the case, that there should be increase in unrestricted net assets. Again, you don't necessarily, Sean, correct me, if you don't necessarily are seeking grant opportunities, because you have a membership model is what you're saying. Mm-hmm. And the members who are in this community pay to be, because it's part of your charter, it's part of their whatever they sign to live in a house or home in Columbia, they then sign and obligate themselves to pay into the Columbia Association. Okay, all right. So any increase in unrestricted net assets should be an amount no more than 20% of the net asset amount at the beginning of the year. And really all that means is that for those organizations who do secure their funds other than membership, and most grants will give you money, whether it's restricted or unrestricted, and you need to make sure that there is dollars available that are unrestricted and that they're able to help sustain the organization. So when we look at operational analysis, we want to look at the people that you serve are reporting satisfaction. I talked about that a little bit before, and that there needs to be a mechanism in place to ensure that you're getting that feedback, that you have access to information about the effectiveness of your programs, your personal and volunteer policies sufficiently protect your organization. I'm not sure of the model that you have, aside from the board, are there other opportunities for people to volunteer?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and that you would have policies in place to ensure that they are, that the organization is protected, that you have policies, again, for IT, for social media, which is a big deal, based on informing the people that work with you, how they speak about each other on social media, how they speak about this organization on social media. And so in this environment that we live in, it's great to have those kinds of policies. Crisis and disaster planning, and that, again, you carry the appropriate insurance. So when we look at ensuring adequate resources, a lot of these do not apply to you, but also just want to reiterate again that the resources of an organization and to ensure that the organization has the resources it needs is the responsibility of the board. I used to have this form, this kind of quiz, if you will, that I would pass out, and I say, whose job is it? And I would say, choose the entity whose primary responsibility it is. And when I had resource to ensure that the organization had the resources that it had, invariably, it would be board and staff. But the primary responsibility of ensuring that any nonprofit organization has the resources it needs is the board's. So again, these are the things that your board should be able to answer yes to. Does every board member give? Now, this could be different on this particular board because your individual villages have donation to CA? Is that how that works?
No.
No.
It just comes out of our escrow.
Say it again.
It comes out of our escrow.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So that's every individual that lives in the community donates or makes a contribution, I'll put it that way, to CA.
They get assessed.
They are.
They're assessed.
They're assessed.
It's not a donation.
It's not a donation.
They don't have a choice.
They don't have a choice. And Karen, I like you because you keep it real.
Residential properties and commercial properties have an annual charge, so
Yeah.
both.
Yeah, it's a contractual obligation that everybody has to give every year. It's a certain percentage.
Okay. All right. Even the commercial properties.
Yes.
It's just like a property tax, so it's a percentage of the assessed value from the county.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Just you cannot deduct it.
So,
Can't deduct it.
It's not deductible.
so through that, generally, yes, we all give because that's a
Yeah,
requirement.
you all give.
Yeah.
Okay, so with this 100% giving, bravo.
If you call it a donation, we will go outside and find people with torches and pitchforks. So
I won't call it that. I won't call it that. I'll call it an assessment.
The verb give is kind of aspirational.
Okay. Is the budget consistent with expected revenue and sources of income? Does the organization rely on diverse income sources? Well, you do, because you have the model that you have, not necessarily grants. And then I know that people pay fees or for additional services that you offer, or is that part of the assessment? So if you have gym or that kind of facility, as a result of paying your assessment, you have to pay an additional fee. All right. And so then, is there some, and these are hypothetical, you don't have the answer, just food for thought. Is there consideration with regard to how those fees, the amount that they're charged, are they appropriate, that kind of thing? Okay.
I think there needs to be more
That never
discussion.
comes up.
It never comes up. No. So the answer is no, we're not going to talk about it.
I think we need to talk about it.
we talk about it a lot.
Yes.
Okay. All right. See, I'm giving you food for thought. Sean says, keep moving. Okay. The board reviews and approves resource development plan. So, for instance, I guess if you were going to build, say, a new playground or whatever, that the board would get information about that and review those plans. If you are over-reliant on one source of income and you're working on developing others, tell me, besides like the gym membership, I'm calling it a gym, I don't know. Does each village have a place where you can exercise? I'm going to call it that.
We have a number of facilities in all of Columbia and all of the villages mixed in. And if you're a resident of any of the villages, you can pay for the membership. It's also, there's non-memberships. You don't need to live in the community to be a member to join the facilities, but there's a different rate.
Okay. And then once you pay, you can go to any of the facilities. Okay.
Depending on which membership you got. There are different tiers of membership.
Different tiers.
Left the room. He understands the memberships better than anyone.
Okay.
He ran away.
You can get a membership for just basically the pools and outdoor stuff. You can get a membership for just the gym, for just a gym. You can get the membership that includes all of that. You can get a golf membership, which is on top of that. There's, I think, about a half a dozen tiers.
This is why it takes all morning to explain what we do at Columbia Association.
Understand?
I explained it in about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, but we're going to work on it. We're going to work on it because we're going to be able to have our own delivery of what CA does, or what's the benefit? What is the benefit to whatever audience you're talking to? Okay? So the board should have stated performance expectations and hold board members accountable. So this really just goes back to what it is you expect of your board members, which is probably something that you share with board members, or you share with the villages so that they can share with potential people who would be on the board. How many times a year you meet, that maybe you're also obligated to be on a committee of the community, the Columbia Association, and that we need you to, I have a question. How do you get across, for instance, if you as individuals represent the various villages and you're not necessarily the president of those homeowners associations, right?
Right.
Okay. And so people know to come to you if they would like to have something brought up in this body.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a way to contact us.
Okay.
I think it's, there was something I was going to say involved in this. Like, we've had board members who have missed really critical meetings and series of meetings. We really don't have any control whether they're on the board or not. It's entirely up to the villages that we represent whether or not to remove a board member. So it would have to be them who would understand your board member is not attending meetings that they need to attend. And they're supposed to be attending their village board meetings as well. So they need to not just attend these meetings, but their village board meetings. So there's a lot of obligations there, but it is entirely up to the villages that we represent to remove us if they think we're not performing well.
And I'm going to come right to you. So would you say that each village has some kind of policy in place with regard to holding the representative to this body accountable?
I think it's written into their bylaws.
Okay. All right.
The key difference between us and your typical 501c3 is this board does not choose new board members.
Right.
We are elected from our homeowners, so
Right.
from our neighbors. So every year there's an election, we run for election, and then we're elected to a term.
Okay, understood.
And I guess, to kind of make the issue even more confusing, so the way the charter is set up is each board member is a representative of the village, but their role on the board is not to represent their village, it's to represent CA. So this is where the confusion comes in, where people think, well, Colin's my representative. I'm going to tell him, well, Colin's role on this board is to represent all of CA. So he's not here to advocate for his village, like say, a delegate would for their district.
Right.
So it's actually more complicated than that because we're actually elected to the Columbia Council.
Correct.
And then we elect ourselves to this board.
Yeah, well, that's John's domain.
So it's even more complicated.
That's a little beyond the scope of what we're doing this morning, though, right?
Yep.
I just want to say one thing, just to clarify also. So the board can remove someone for ethical reasons. So if someone can be removed by the board itself from this board.
All right.
This board can remove someone that has been elected by their village for ethical reasons. That's what you're saying, okay. All right. And has there ever been conversation with a village to just let them know that the person you identified and elected is not fulfilling their obligation?
John's an attorney, so I don't want to argue with him until we go to the hallway. But I have a feeling, John, it's that the board has an ethical finding against a board member, and don't they have to refer it to the village board?
There's been recently one board member removed.
Yeah, but I think that he was removed. I
Well,
think the way that happened was wrong. I think that they did that the wrong way.
Okay.
I don't know. John and I will duke it out later. I'm
Okay.
not an attorney, he is.
Right, and then you can just always refer back to your governing documents.
The government, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there was a member from Long Reach like 12 years ago that was asked to leave also.
Okay. All right. From the board, make sure the organization has the resources, we already talked about that, fulfilling its mission and needed to support the organization's goals and objectives. And the best way to begin is through your relationships and networks, which is a little bit different because of the nature of your board. So we talked about your elevated speech, and so I would like to pause here and give you a 10-minute bio break, or to get more breakfast, or to get coffee. And while you're doing that, though, I'm gonna give you homework. I'm gonna give you break homework. Break homework is, think about what if you were ended up in the elevator. This says the Ford Foundation. So Ford Foundation is huge. They give out billions of dollars. It could be someone else. What would you talk about and how would it go? So I'm going to be a little bit more specific. What significant thing, if you had to choose one thing, how about that? Instead of talking about everything that the CA does or everything that's wonderful about living in the community, tell me the one thing you would talk about. Whether it's something that your residents that you represent experience that they think is wonderful, or the one thing you think is wonderful. So that's what I'm asking. Not that you give me a global view of Columbia Association, but if you were telling me, John, let me tell you about Columbia, or the Columbia Association, or my village, what would be that one thing? Okay, it's 9, I think this clock is off, it's 10:32, right?
Yep.
Okay, it's 10:32, we're gonna come back at 10:42, okay?
Okay.
Right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't sound like it anymore.
It doesn't sound like it's on.
I don't think it is. It's green lights on, but
It's not as loud as it was.
They turned it down
Oh, did they? Oh, okay.
because it was
Okay.
very loud.
It's not you, it's us.
Hello? Hello? It's good now? Okay, thank you. And Ben, you gonna put me back up? Okay, thank you. All right. So you had 10.5 minutes to to think about. And so I'm not going to call on everybody in the interest of time, but if anyone just has this burning desire to share with us their message about how great it is, how great the CA is, how great Columbia is, just what would you say?
I think I have, I would just share an anecdote where I can look at a weekend during the summer where I would get up, walk my dog on a CA path, bike to a CA gym on a CA path, come home, take my kids to a pool for a few hours, and then that evening go to a free event at the lakefront with my family. And the entire day, like 12 hours of the day is filled entirely because of services and amenities that CA provides. And that's not every day, but it's also not unusual to have an entire day filled with nothing but CA provided activities. And that just wouldn't be possible in this community without the organization.
Michael, let me just say that is exceptional because people like stories. I'm a storyteller too. I always have a story. I can think of something that I did or something my children did or someone that I know, and people resonate to stories. And that 12-hour day timeline where you showed how you were not only able to satisfy some of the things that you wanted to do, but to include your family and your children in that without ever leaving this community, that excellent model. Anyone else? Somebody want to come behind Michael?
Come behind and say it's also about the, what makes that possible for me is the low barrier to entry for all this stuff. So I walk out my door and I'm on a Columbia path and I'm in the woods instantly, but I can still go and use all the wonderful amenities that Columbia has. And so it is the perfect balance for me for access to all the things that I want to have a complete life.
Excellent. That you can just walk outside of your door. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to drive necessarily.
Yeah, I biked here on Columbia Pass today, and I'm going to do it today when I go back home and when I go to my kids' event over at School of Rock. It's going to be a great time, and it's all because we just are connected like that. So the wellness that comes from that connectivity, I think it's all mixed into how Columbia, just its ideology, its ethos, it works perfectly for me.
And do you realize that you just incorporated what I would call core values into your message?
Yeah.
As it relates to not only your personal core values, but the core values of the CA? Very nice, Wesley. Thank you. Anyone else? I'll take one more.
I already spoke.
Carrie, did you say you already went?
I already went earlier.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. It's Sky, right?
Yeah, I compare Columbia with New York City, which has a lot of amenities and also a tremendous amount of concrete. And we have colors, we have green leaves, we have brown tree trunks and green grass, and it's just calming. So we have different amenities than other places have.
And I like the way that you gave me some imagery as it related to that, that you helped me to not only see that there was a calming aspect, but you gave some examples with, in weaving in the colors and the nature. And so all three of those were great examples of how you could share. I think sometimes when we use these terms in these presentations, it feels formal. Like I have to then, state elements of the mission statement. I have to kind of, draw on whatever I can remember as it related to something we discussed in the board meeting. But when you're talking about an organization that you have agreed to be a board member of, and you then get the opportunity to share that information with others, draw on your personal experience, and I think you'll get just as good, if not better, result by doing that. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Ooh, Ben, not working. Now I'm working. Okay, yes, great, thank you. Wow, I am so glad that you're here because I would not have known what to do. All right, so 10 tips for board members. The give or get policy, I'm going to go right past that because you already told me about that. I'm not even going to talk about that. Spreading the word, sharing the good news, the good work and successes. And so whenever, things are happening, expansions, new opportunities, opportunities that are part of maybe a seasonal piece that you're doing in your community, definitely board members want to share that good news, the good work, and the successes. You want to create useful language for all to share their enthusiasm. I'm gonna kind of skip that whole fundraising piece. And creating tools to build confidence, using small fact cards for reference, and which is what I really was trying to do with the elevated speech piece, is that you can internalize better things that resonate more with how you feel, and even creating even those small fact cards in your head, learning and sharing community success stories, and maybe even giving tours. Use of the funds being clear. Again, what will the resources allow you to achieve in terms of changing lives? This is what people want to fund. And, we as a group and me as a consultant, and I hope you were listening too, sir, that this is a different model with regard to how monies come into this organization. Getting comfortable with the pitch, speaking confidently. I felt the confidence when Michael and Wesley and Sky were speaking because it's something that they live day to day. So they can speak confidently about it. And also why you're involved, what you do, and why it matters. So I had a little teeny sidebar with Karen during our break. And when just kind of gleaned from that conversation, we weren't talking about anything specifically, but some of you may or may not be involved as the president of the Village Homeowners Association. Your village then voted you to be a member of this board. But you also are active in your homeowners association, and then you're active in maybe some other associations that don't have anything to do with Columbia. So you're really, really involved. And most of the time, as an executive director, I want the people who are involved because usually that means they're going to be even more involved in what we're doing, right? And so it's important that you understand that as board members and try to figure out how you're going to pace yourselves in all that involvement, in all that goes on in your life, but still give meaningful participation and representation as a board member here. Gonna move from tracing the ask and that kind of thing because we're not really talking about fundraisers. It's not like really what you do, but having everyone on the same page, ensuring everyone is clear and following the same guidance. Sometimes when you have boards, people have their own agenda. And so we touched on that just a little bit with regard to the fact that you all represent individual villages. And these individual villages may have different priorities. But when you come to this space, it really is about what it is the CA needs and how you can represent and be of benefit to the Columbia Association. And I know sometimes it can be challenging because you not only are representing a group of individuals, homes, families, and so forth and so on, but you also live in those communities, right? So in a sense, it's like, well, what would be in the best interest of me? But if you remember I think maybe slide 4, where we talked about duty of care and duty of loyalty and duty of obedience, you know, we kind of move beyond what about me, what about me, what about me, and what is about, and about what's the best thing for the collective. So you can't lose. Even when the answer is no, it is a win, especially as it relates to leaving resources behind, spreading awareness, asking for introduction to others. So even if you get a no, it's a win because you have had the opportunity to share information. So if you're trying to maybe even get volunteers, let's not even talk about fundraising because that's not necessarily something you do. But you do use volunteers. And so at least if the person says no, maybe it's no this time. Maybe it's not right now, right? A no doesn't always mean no. So when you think about those things that we talked about as it related to all the pieces that I've just shared as for a board member, right? And if we had a pop quiz, again, either answer you know or you know where to get that information. And maybe we may even come up past something that you really don't know where to get this information. This will be a good time for you to ask. So what is this year's operating budget?
$83 million.
Okay, you know. All right. Does everybody know? Did everybody hear Karen? Okay. What expenditures, if any, require board approval? Tricky question. So once you approve the board, once you approve the budget, it's approved. Okay, there's no like, well, if we get such and such, then we need to come back to the board. Once you approve the budget, it's approved. That's a question, that's not a statement.
Yes.
Yes, okay. When was the most recent independent audit completed?
1 year ago.
Okay, and was it a clean audit?
Yes.
Last term. It was just in the last couple months.
Couple months ago. Okay. Okay, I'm going to skip the fundraising questions, skip the board giving policy. I got that assessment. What is the contingency plan if budgeted revenues don't materialize?
We have a reserve fund.
You have a reserve, okay. Do you have a sufficient reserve? Yes.
We're on our way.
You're on your way?
Yeah.
Okay, you have plenty? Okay.
We have about 2 months worth of reserve.
Yeah.
It's more than that.
No. We burned about, our expenses are about 20 million a quarter, and we're at almost 16, so.
We're over 16. We're over 16.
I keep going.
Okay, I'll keep going, okay, all right. Okay, all right. Does your CEO receive a formal performance appraisal?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, and that's annually?
yes.
Okay, all right. End of pop quiz. These are the things your board should say yes to. Is your annual report on your website?
Yes,
Do you share financial information transparently?
yes,
Do you provide an easy way for the public to contact you?
Yes.
Yes. Is your story a two-way street? Basically,
Who is you in that statement?
say it again.
Is that each individual board member? Is that the Columbia Association? Who is your story?
Parties.
The board member and the Columbia Association.
I'd say yes.
Okay. Do you share information about, of course, I know you do, about with the organization with friends, family, and colleagues? Yes?
Yeah.
Some.
Some? Okay. All right. Are you aware of any local, state, or federal policy issues that might impact your mission?
Yes.
Have you talked about those as a board? Somewhat? No?
Always at the top of mind is protecting our tax exempt status.
Right.
Since we're a 501c4.
Absolutely. Okay. and all that entails.
Part of our meetings are dedicated to state and local legislation anyway.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Part of our meetings are dedicated to looking at state and local
Okay,
legislation.
gotcha. Okay, so it's a kind of a staple on your agenda?
Yeah.
On your board meeting agenda?
Questions only, yeah.
Okay, very good. So, now I'm going to just mention that, again, Maryland Nonprofits likes us to do a lot of reiterating, but I usually skip some of those slides because I think you have it. Organizing and maintaining the board, again, the whole piece around orientation, which this training actually is a part of an orientation, especially not only for new board members, but for existing board members. The board composition, which your situation is also unique because your villages identify who the members are that they're going to have represent them here. Board succession and recruitment, board meetings, how important that is for people to attend, having committees. Do you all also have board committees? Mm-hmm. Okay. And is each person expected to be on a board committee?
No.
No. Okay. Just lifting some food for thought. And diversity and inclusion, which I was happily encouraged that is part of your ethos, that is part of your values, so that's wonderful. So again, based on the board excellence model, the board meets at least 4 times a year, but you all meet monthly, right? Ish, monthly-ish, okay. Meetings are structured around strategic decision-making priorities. And really what that means is that when you have a committee structure within your board, the committee is not coming to the board meeting to have a committee meeting. The committee is having the committee meeting outside of the board meeting, and then you're coming basically giving a synopsis or a snippet of what the board, what that committee is recommending to the board. You really want to stay away from having your committees use your full board meeting as their committee meeting. That your minutes are accurate, they're kept securely, and I'm a minute stickler, so I don't know if you have staff that take your minutes or how you do that, but you want to kind of stay away from your minutes being transcript. You want to make sure that you're hitting the points with regard to what was the action, did you vote on that action, what was the disposition of that vote. You want to stay away from minutes that have a lot of commentary about, Karen said this and Bill said that, and you see that a lot in board minutes, okay? But you don't need all of that commentary in board minutes. And again, there is a position description for board members. When you were elected, did someone give you a position description of what was expected?
There's an orientation that's provided every year for people that are interested.
Okay, all right. We talked about board evaluation. There's a planning process for recruiting and onboarding new members. You already said there was. There's a limit on the number of consecutive terms a board member may serve. No board terms.
They're elected. So this is where it's more like, a municipal government where they're elected by the villages.
Yeah, but even municipal governments have board terms, have terms.
Annual.
Term limits.
Well, we have terms, but we can run.
You
for
have
re-election
term
as well.
limits. You
No,
don't
no,
have
there's no
term limits.
We can run for re-election as often as we want.
Okay, all right. The board has the ability to remove inactive or unethical board members. So John confirmed that we could, he and Karen are still duking that out a little bit. We think we can remove unethical board members because John said we did it.
Does anybody want to try?
I think it's, I think some people would like to try.
I would just suggest that when you have inactive board members, then you go back to like the 80-20 rule with regard to 20% of the people doing 80% of the work. Now, I know that's not the percentage here, but it's just not fair to the people who are in the 20 percentile, that someone could have the title as board member, but they aren't actively engaged. And so just suggesting that that would be something that you think about, and if there is not a policy in place, that you think about how you could put a policy in place as it relates to that, and, or at least have something where you would notify that village that their person that they elected is not doing the minimal, which is attending meetings and ensuring that their village is represented. Because they lose, you know, even though as a body, you are to be focused on what's in the best interest of CA, but when their representative is not here, they don't have representation in their body, right? And so just food for thought. Board operations and performance. So effective meetings, of course, have an agenda. They have minutes. I was sitting here, and I see that, and I was told that you also stream your meetings so that people possibly that are not able to attend can still be counted, and that you have approval of your minutes, that you have a balance of listening to reports, thoughtful, strategic conversation, a balance on ongoing business and new business, and that you are respectful of people's time. Like, we don't have 5-hour board meetings, right? Because we know that eventually people are going to say, I don't want to go to board meeting because I don't really want to spend 5 hours in a board meeting. So we're respectful of people's time. So I'm going to give you a scenario, and then I have some discussion questions. Jay is on the board of the Do Right nonprofit organization. The organization meets 6 times a year. He really likes the organization, but is very busy and can only be at a meeting 4 times a year. What is the potential impact of missing 2 meetings a year? First, on the board. If you have 6 meetings and Jay can only attend 4, how might that affect the board as a whole?
Well, it impacts the votes.
It impacts the votes. Sky?
His expertise would not be heard.
His expertise would not be heard. So his expertise would not be heard. It impacts the votes.
It gets back to your 80-20 rule in that, you know, if Jay can only be there 2/3 of the time, people have got to pick up the slack for those other times that he's not there.
Right. You have other board members now that have to pick up the weight of Jay not being there.
Well, actually, in our case, that's not quite true. So when we had a person who missed quite a few, like you said earlier, their village was not being represented.
Right.
Key decisions were being made, key votes were being taken, and their village did not get a say.
Right.
So.
And you all take that information that's transpiring in this body back to your villages because you represent them.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a place on those agendas as well?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So if that person's not here, they don't know what's happening. I mean, they could read the minutes and do it that way, but to actually be engaged in person or virtually, but being engaged and representing their village, they've lost that opportunity. The entire village has. Whose interest is being served when Jay is missing meetings?
His own.
The board, the community, his own. So again, just another example of how important attendance is. I know I've said it before with regard to even quorum. So in addition to missing out on representing his village, in addition to missing out on his expertise, knowledge, and skills, which is probably why the village voted him on as a representative anyway, and then also putting some burden, some additional burden on the people who do attend. All those things come into play when we miss board meetings or we don't participate at the level that is necessary to have full engagement. Yes. Bill, you had a question now?
No, I was just adjusting my mic. I apologize.
Okay, all right, okay. No problem. Okay. So in your bylaws, there usually are job descriptions of the chair of the board, the various committees, what those responsibilities are, or you may even have ad hoc committees because you're having some kind of special piece that's going on, and it's not necessarily a standing committee, and so your board chair would then designate someone to chair a committee. You may have even done that when you were looking for a new CEO, where you may not necessarily have had a standing committee for that, and you could have, but then you just name someone on the board to facilitate and make sure that that process went smoothly. Board treasurer, board secretary, and so I see the titles here of the vice chair and the chair. And who's the board secretary and treasurer?
We have staff for that.
Okay, you have staff for that. So you don't have a treasurer or secretary? Okay, all right.
But we do.
We do.
We do. They just happen to be an employee. They're on the senior leadership team.
The corporation has a.
Yeah.
The corporation has,
And we appoint them,
President
yeah.
and a secretary and a treasurer, and the board appoints those offices.
okay, all right. But they are not members of the board?
No.
Okay, got it.
Except for Sean, he's,
Right,
Ex officio.
yes, ex officio.
ex officio, a non-voting member. Got it. Okay. So additionally, I'm still rolling through the roles of a board member, advocating for and promoting the organization with transparency and openness, and again, sharing your story. Engagement analysis, the annual report. Do you all do an annual report?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Policies to encourage and promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Easy explaining what you do and why, we've talked about that. And a policy that covers when and how you will engage on what types of public policy issues if you choose to do that. And then this, I'm sure this doesn't apply to you, but there are some nonprofits that do engage in that aspect, that arena with
We
regard
have a
to.
lobbyist.
Okay, you do have a lobbyist. Okay, very good. Registering your lobbyists and registering your lobbyist expenses. So just a quick view at management versus governance. So again, the board is which one?
Governance.
Governance, right, correct, exactly. I'm just making sure you all are still awake. All right, so when you think about governance, you have the board members, board committees, and then the board of directors, board of director members, and then in the middle of that, you have the executive director who reports to the board, and then the executive director or CEO, because the names are changed depending on the organization, is responsible for operational directives and decisions, the day-to-day management and activity of the staff, making sure that task forces and any committees are done that deems appropriate to assist the board, and then any volunteers. And then you have members and stakeholders, which you all do, and outside experts and advisory groups. And those things kind of are between the governance and management, and then the organization kind of decides like how that's going to take place. Usually when you think about outside consultants and working with advisory groups, all that really comes under the executive director. But the board could decide that is something that they want to also play a part in. I just caution against boards, and it's usually the board, not the executive director, kind of overstepping, moving into the management area. And sometimes boards need to do that based on where they are in the maturation cycle, and you just don't have enough money to hire someone. They are, small organizations that don't have hired staff. So the board actually has to be a working board, and they are in doing both aspects, governance and management. But when you have a mature organization like this one, and I'm sure that you already know this, that there is a line between those things that are the responsibility of the board versus management, and we need to be real careful about that. Once we approve the budget as a board, then we shouldn't tell Sean whether or not he can use Staples or Office Depot. Like that, we're crossing the line at that point. And we have to be okay if the management pushes back on governance as it relates to that's, in the realm of management versus governance. And having courageous conversations, if you will, if you disagree, but understanding that there is a line between the CEO, president, executive director, whatever, the chief staff person, and the management and day-to-day and the operations of the organization, and not really having the board kind of, meld into that space. All right? Anybody have any questions about that? Okay. So again, here's, a listing as it relates to that, which I kind of went over, but you just really want to make sure that there are spaces where there's governance that is responsible for certain things, and there's management that's responsible for certain things. So if we look at the red ones that are on the governance side, you do have some gray area. Of course, the governance and management will be focused on mission, vision, and strategy. But then you have governance that is responsible for governing policies. So the board determines what the policies and procedures are for an organization. Supervision of the executive. The board development, being responsible for making sure that your board is a lifelong learner, regardless of how long the people have been on the board. That there is a plan for leadership succession, again, a board responsibility. That the budget is approved annually and there is financial monitoring. The board is absolutely responsible and within its right to see the financial workings of an organization, whether it's the budget, whether it's financial reports, whether it's the 990, whether it's the audit. Management should not be necessarily pushing back on any of that because ultimately the board is responsible for making sure that those things are in compliance. When you look at the management side, you look at management and operational policies and procedures. Now we're talking about once you set up those policies and procedures, then the chief staff person carries those things out, right? You don't necessarily want people kind of jumping over Sean's head to come to the board because they're mad because of whatever the situation is, whether he, stood flat-footed on his policy as it related to people calling out or being late or whatever, and then they're mad about that, and then they kind of jump right over Sean to the board. We want to make sure that we understand what it means to stay in our lane until the proper protocol and procedure is taking place, right? Program implementation, also management function. We have determined what the programs are for this organization, and it's up to the chief staff person and his or her staff to make sure that those things happen. Staff supervision and development. Board members shouldn't be calling staff, asking them to do things that they haven't gone through, Sean, to make sure that that's what, because he may have a different way of doing that. You can make a request, and you can even ask if Jan can do that. But to go directly to Jan, that would be outside of the realm of what a governance person would do. Again, financial management and reporting, making sure that those reports and systems that are needed for this organization are in place so that he can then report back to this organization, this body. Okay? Clear roles and responsibilities. I feel it's not just standards for excellence. Now I'm going to insert my little personal thing in this. As an executive director, and I've been, like I said, an executive director of a number of organizations, I feel very strongly about this. And I always had a great relationship with my board president so that that person can act as an advocate on my behalf. And me even providing some additional tutelage around what it means as it relates to what's the role of the governance versus what's the role of management. So here we are with regard to board expectations of the executive director. Of course, serve as the executive, serve as the chief staff person, serving as a potential advisor to the board. You want someone who can advise the board and understands what the role and responsibility of board members are, of what, how this organization is functioning, and to make sure we stay in compliance. Assisting the board in developing a long-range plan. I heard someone say a little earlier about how you had developed a strategic plan, implementing all the policies that are adopted by the board. So Sean very eloquently explained to me, which you all already knew, with regard to the assessment process and how that worked and how you get the assessments in not only from the members, but also, corporate environment in Columbia. Of course, he should know that, but not only know that, but be able to implement those things. Inform the board fully and accurately. There's complete transparency between the management and governance. Again, developing the budget, interpreting the needs of programs and making professional recommendations, because he's boots on the ground. He's here every day. He's in the trenches. And even though you live in this community, there are certain things that you may not see that he sees at 30,000 feet. And so it's his responsibility to make sure he brings those things to this board so that you may see them at a 30,000-foot level, not just at the level of your village. Because again, we're talking about the Columbia Association, not just your individual villages. Recruiting the best personnel, developing them, orienting them, supervising them, and representing the organization effectively in the community. So, and these are some of the things that the chief staff person should expect of the board: counsel and advice, right? Delegating authority to the ED for all operations. Again, this person is responsible for the day-to-day management of the organization, making all staff responsible to the executive director. The staff does not report to the board. Articulating a clear vision and long-range goals, that the board is clear about what its expectations are, what its long-range goals are, what its vision is, so that Sean can actualize those things. Establishing policies, again, governing the operation, supporting the ED. And this was actually something that you all, when you did the survey, you all actually rated yourselves really high on this with regard to being a support to the ED. And so these are some of the things that should come to mind when you're rating yourself. Consulting with the ED on board matters, sharing all communication with your executive director, and holding your executive director accountable for management of the organization. So as a manager, yeah, I'm responsible for the management of my organization, but, heavy is the head that wears the crown. So when you are holding that position, then you're going to be the person that's held accountable for that. And systematically and regularly evaluating the work of the ED, which you all already said that you do. So another little opportunity for us to be engaged. Some stories from the field. What happens when the board oversteps its bound with staff or volunteers? Anybody can just...
I'm not saying anything.
Not saying anything, John? What happens when the board oversteps its bound with staff or volunteers? Remember, I just gave that little analogy, like they hopped right over Sean's head and went to the board.
We waste a lot of the community's money and create a lot of turmoil in the organization, a lot of leadership change, turnover that really damages the organization's ability to serve the community.
Right.
It creates a really toxic environment.
Toxic environment, right. Okay. Absolutely. Even though every nonprofit is a little bit different, right? You find some where there are similarities running through them, right? And then you'll find some that are very different than others. But this piece with regard to having a structure as it relates to the board overstepping its bounds with staff or volunteers is pretty much a golden rule, if you will, as it relates to nonprofit management. It does create a toxic environment. It does create an environment where you compromise trust between management and governance, which is not something you want to do, because you want to be on the same page. You want to be in alignment. You want staff to see you in alignment. And so really understanding what that means is important. And then what happens when staff or volunteers go around the CEO, which is pretty similar to what we just said. But anybody have any other thoughts about that? What if you have a volunteer that kind of
like, saw you, Wesley biking, they were biking, staff person. Oh, I see Wesley all the time. I'm just gonna tell him some of the things I think he should know. Would you listen? Would you kind of put your hand up and say, stop? Have you talked to Sean about this? Wesley, I put you on the spot.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know what? Part of me, this is like I said, 2 weeks in or something like that. So forgive me. I tend to listen, but you know, if it's unclear that I will never commit if I know that it's not my role or responsibility to commit to making an action. But listening and providing people direction to where they need to go to get their questions answered, that's part of my responsibility.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very good.
it short circuits the chain of command and undermines the leadership that's being put forth by the senior staff if you have these workarounds going on.
Correct.
And then the lines get blurred as far as who has authority, who has communication. You know, it really gets into, well, mom said I couldn't go to the park, so I'll ask dad. That's what it comes
From the public, but also prior to every board meeting, there's a resident speak up, where residents from the public can come in and voice concerns. And I think oftentimes it's, you know, a small group of people having an issue, just like they're stopping someone on the street, but they're raising it to the board. And I think historically, and this is not unique to CA, come from a municipal environment where, you know, the board hears these people speaking and they think, oh, well, everything's wrong or there's a major issue here. And it's not. It's a, you know, we're a community of 100,000. I say this a lot, and there's probably, in my experience, 40 people in the community that really come out to voice their concerns. So I'm not saying everyone's happy. I think they're content for the most part. And I think the board, it's important to recognize, yes, we hear you, we hear your concerns, but we need to put it in the context of the entire community. But to your point, that's where it gets hard for the board, because these are the people that show up, but they're also the people that vote. So they have to balance that. So it's not an easy task for the board to do that, but it's also, they need to keep that context in place that it's not, they don't always represent the entire community.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone for sharing. And so I would just say that in addition to the mom-dad kind of analogy, we also, I'm suggesting you keep a poker face, right? Because people will play on your emotions, and it's like once they see you reacting, then they start leaning further in, right? And as board members, we err on the side of caution, but we also err on the side of assuming that my association was acting in the best interest of Columbia as a whole, right? And that even if you decide to listen, that you redirect them back to the appropriate person, which will be Sean or whomever their immediate supervisor is. I'm not sure the organizational structure in that regard, but that we don't offer an opinion or decision. I would say even if it's something that we've experienced, because at that point, they're talking to us and we're a board member, right? And so we have to kind of keep that board member hat on, if not all the time, most of the time. And you want to see about getting all the facts before you're, making a decision about what's going on. My mother always says 3 sides to every story, your side, my side, and the truth. And so you really need to see what all the facts are. And I agree with you, Sean. It's, again, I have a business, and most of the people who, you can do all these wonderful things for 100 people, and you say, can you give me a positive Google review? And it's that one person that's going to give you the negative Google review, and you got to beg the people who had a wonderful experience to give you the positive Google review. So it's like that once they get annoyed about something or they feel, disconnected or disenfranchised, that's the squeaky wheel. That's the squeaky wheel. So as board members, I'm just asking you to be mindful of that and to always circle back to your chief staff person about issues, or encourage, and then if it's an employee that's speaking to you, have them circle back to that organizational structure, that they aren't coming directly to the board with it, okay?
So this is my last slide. And so the golden rule for board members is no single board member can compel resources of the organization outside of the boardroom unless authorized by the board. And one of the things that Standards for Excellence talks about is even with regard, and we didn't touch on this too much with regard to an executive committee, which I'm not sure if your secretary and treasurer are staff people and they're not really technically members of the board, how that works with regard to having an executive committee. But the executive committee does not operate as if it is functioning to make decisions as a full board, and that no single board member has more than, one vote. I mean, what you have is one vote. And so not compelling resources, not saying, yeah, we can do that. You don't have the authority to do that. Yes, you can bring it up to this body, and this body can decide, but not necessarily, having people think that even the communities that you represent, that you can make something happen on the board because you're on the board, because you have one vote. I'll take questions about anything that I've talked about this morning. I want to say thank you for the opportunity. I love to meet the various organizations, especially when they're different. When I say different, I mean the different structures. And if you would like some additional training, I know my colleague here is up next, and I'm sure you're going to get some great information from him about goal setting. And stay here a couple more minutes. I have 1 minute. I did pretty good. I stayed on time. I have 1 minute left, and if you have any other questions or comments, be happy to take those.
So my one, I think this is a great presentation, but my comment is for sort of future presentations. There's a lot of HOAs in Maryland. I'm not sure if you work with many of the HOAs, but I would like to see more HOA-specific slides and more HOA-specific training. So there's a lot of HOA-specific requirements, a lot of things that HOAs do specifically that HOA boards need to be aware of. So I would like to see more of that going forward.
That's a fair comment. And since you all are so diligent to do this presentation or some kind of board excellence training every year, I will take that back to Maryland Nonprofits and we'll let them know, because that's absolutely a fair comment in relationship to some of the nuances that are quite different in your organization than in some of the other organizations that I train with. Again, many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to take a break, or you want to go right to Anthony Dix?
Do we want to take a 10-minute break? Just stretch, walk around the cabin?
Sure.
Let's do that.
Since we're on time.
put that on the record. Sean, do you want to introduce our next guest?
Yes, our other representative from Maryland Nonprofits is Anthony Dix, and he's here to present on strategic planning and goal setting.
Thank you all so very much. I don't know if this is on.
It is.
Is it on? I'm standing. So it sounds much different 6 feet that way than it does up here. But good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to come and share about strategic goal setting. As the initial slide shows, this is a one-on-one. When Ben gets us there, you'll see this is a 101 course, which means it is introductory. That's the spirit of this particular presentation. It is not lifted to get too far into the weeds or in depth. We want to stay at a high level to create a context for all of you to engage and mature, develop, continue to enhance your strategic thinking capacity. A wise woman once said that a good goal is like strenuous exercise. It's helpful because it makes you stretch. My responsibility is not to be a physical trainer, so it's not within the scope of this presentation for me to help anybody grow any new muscles. But I do intend to help you stretch the strategic thinking capacity of this collective. So our goal here is to provide tools to enhance your strategic thinking and put you on a path to set SMART strategic goals. And I'm going to assume that everybody knows what the acronym SMART stands for. It's in your strategic plan, if I'm not mistaken. So SMART goals is where we're on the path to. We will not be setting any goals today. We will just be providing a framework for the kind of thinking necessary to move forward in setting those goals. So here's our agenda for today. We've got some introductions. I'll formally introduce myself, and I'll give you an opportunity. I know everybody has a name tag, and fortunately today I'm literate. We'll see how that goes tomorrow, depending upon what time we go. Anyway, I see your names, but I would love to hear your voice, and you can tell me how long you've been on the board, and if you serve in any official capacity as a board member, i.e., I know the chair and vice chair up there, but if you have in the past, that'd be wonderful too. Then we're going to go through a board identity analysis. Board identity analysis. Another wise business person once said that analysis is the first critical step in strategic thinking. So we're going to do a board identity analysis, and then after that we'll talk about strategic alignment, and then we'll get into some strategic questioning, and I'll be done. Now, I know you guys got lunch coming at what, 12:30? It's probably catered. It's 11:45 or so. I'm slated for 90 minutes, so lunch is coming in half that time. So I'm originally from Columbia, South Carolina, and we might talk a little bit faster than y'all do in Columbia, Maryland. But I don't know how much leeway you guys are going to give me, but we're going to get as much done as we possibly can so that I don't continue to stand between you and lunch. So my name is Anthony A. Dix, Jr. I am the Senior Leadership Consultant for 180 Management Group, and I am here on behalf of Maryland Nonprofits. But the organization in which I serve, 180 Management Group, is led by someone that many of you in this room may have met in the past. Her name is Miriam Dix. And I just so happen to have been wise enough to ask that pretty young thing, no Michael Jackson, to marry me. And so I think she facilitated a session with you all sometime last year. And yeah, she is my beautiful bride. That's what I do from day to day. I love leaders, particularly those who lead at the strategic level. So I love leaders. My fundamental belief, however, is that leaders do not grow by accident. They must be engineered. So leaders must involve or be involved in intentional development practices and or programs to continue to lead at a high level and continue to be a high performer. So I've already stated the goal of this session is to provide tools to enhance your already inherent strategic thinking capacity and to put you on a path to set SMART goals. I know that Columbia, Maryland has been around for, 50-plus years now? 1960, what is it, 1967. And my Columbia, South Carolina, the place of my birth, was around a long time, 1789. It is also a planned city. I don't know if y'all got this thing where a planned city has to be named Columbia. I'm not entirely sure, but be that as it may. So I am aware that you all have done some amazing things, that you steward something north of $83 million, and you've got 100,000 people who called this place home, not to mention the non-residents who participate in some of the amenities, and those people who work here, and the business partnerships that you have, and also partnerships you have to have with the county. You do amazing work. I'm not here to change that. I am here to enhance strategic thinking skills you already have. As one person told me when I was matriculating at the several places I went to school, and I won't name them, he said that you're not going to the institution for it to add anything to you. You're going to the institution for it to polish what you bring to the table. He likened it to a car with beautiful rims. When you go to the car wash is not giving the car beautiful rims. It just polishes what is already there. And for you to get to where you are as an association and or a city, you would have had to have a lot of strategic thinking capacity. And it is not my responsibility to give you that capacity. It is my responsibility to stretch it. All right. So that being said, we started ahead of the table with introductions. If you don't mind, just go around. I don't know where the poker deal goes next. If we sitting here, we deal to left. So I'm going to say we're going to go from Colin to Sean and then back around all the way back to Michael. So please, sir, introduce yourself.
Just name what do you want?
Just name how long you've been on the board, and I can see what capacity you serve in.
Very good. So I'm Colin Sullivan. I'm starting my second year on the board.
Outstanding.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm Sean, the president and CEO, and I'm starting my second year at Columbia Association.
Okay.
I'm Delilah Holmes from Dorsey Search, and I'm starting my third week on the board.
Kudos to you, Delilah.
I'm Sky Anderson. This is my third year on the board.
Thank you.
Hi, Bill Santos. This is my fourth year on the board.
Outstanding. Dan, I know you're not a board member, but please introduce yourself.
I'm Dan Garza. I'm the vice president of the program.
Thank you, sir. And you've been serving the Columbia Association for how long?
10 years.
10 years, whole decade. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Julia.
Julia, I've been here 3 years, and I work in the office of the president.
Thank you so much. Ben, I know you back there, so I don't want you to feel left out, but if you want to say something.
Appreciate it. Ben Brenneman, IT Operations Manager. This will be my third month.
Outstanding. Third month? Really? Wow. Yes. They got you working weekends already, man? I'm just kidding.
John Kuchna, the general counsel, and I'll be here 2 years in August.
Okay. All right, cool.
I'm Karen Emery. I represent the Village of Oakland Mills, and this is my third term on the board.
Okay.
Eric Greenberg, I represent River Hill. I've been here over 3.5 years, and I'm also a past chair.
You pastor?
A past chair.
Oh, past chair.
Past chair.
Perfect. Any other past chairs? Past vice? Past chair. Okay.
Yes. I'm Michael Liebersuch, and I'm starting my second year.
Outstanding. Thank you all so very much. Well, now that we've got those things out of the way, let's get started. Let me say this as we continue to move forward. I am an inductive facilitator. This is what I mean by inductive. We start off pretty broad, and then we get more and more granular, almost operating like a funnel. And so we're going to start with a more broad subject, examine it for a good little while, and then we'll continue to get more and more granular until by the time we leave here, there's some actions that you will be prepared to take, and hopefully will join me in taking, and then we'll be done. All right? Everybody good with that? Y'all sure? Outstanding. That is amazing. So as we get started, my colleague shared with you a few things about board excellence. And we want to piggyback off of that, but to not necessarily nuance it. We'll dovetail off of it with this question. Let me say this. Some of the questions I ask here are not for discussion per se, but they are for internal reflection. There will be times throughout this presentation for more formal discussion, but the questions here are lifted for some reflection. You don't have to answer these out loud. Everybody good with that? I know y'all are a pretty interactive bunch. Y'all been together for a while. Y'all like talking with and to each other. But just so we can try to hurry up for lunch get here, I'm just kidding. There's no way for that to happen. I can't shrink this down in half for 45 minutes, but I can try. What type of board is CA's board? And I know you already know the answer to that question. All right? But I think it's important or helpful to understand what other types of board are available so that as you go about being the type of board you are, you don't slide into other board behaviors. All right? So, 4 types of boards. You got the advisory board, a fundraising board, a working board, and a governance board. Right? An advisory board, you see that, is not responsible for any governance or management in the organization. Instead, its purpose is to provide guidance and recommendations to the executive director and board of directors. So in some nonprofits, there is an advisory board that exists outside of the board of directors, and it's their responsibility to advise the board and the executive directors. Fundraising board, I know we've had a considerable conversation about the annual charge and all of the other things that CA does. Can I call it CA? I know I don't live here, and CA might, you know how some people, they have nicknames, and if you're not a part of the family, you can't use the nickname. So I know I'm not a part of the family, but I did live in Columbia, South Carolina, so we at least cousins.
We all fam.
All right, cool. So CA it has its own way of raising funds that is at least quasi-governmental with regards to assessments, taxation, in all quotes, whatever the case may be. So you're not that. Working board. This is where we want to put a little bit of nuance and attention. The size of this organization and its maturity would suggest that this is not a working board. It may not be a working board formally, but I want to nuance one of the phrases here. It says, in addition to governance responsibilities, a working board engages in day-to-day operations of the organization. This board type is normally for smaller nonprofits. The term smaller here is not quantitative. It is a qualitative distinction. Small is not just about the number of employees or the length of time a nonprofit has been around or the number of resources that the nonprofit stewards. Small is a culture. I don't think I shared this in my conversations with Dan or Sean this past week, but I lived for a good little while after I moved from Columbia. I lived to a city by the name of Simpsonville. Simpsonville, South Carolina. It is a city in the upstate of South Carolina in Greenville County, which is the largest county in South Carolina. And I was afforded many opportunities to work very closely with the municipal government there. All of its mayors, while I lived there, had a wonderful relationship with, was integral and helpful in getting many of the council people on city council elected, all of that stuff. So attended so many council meetings. And so municipal government I am familiar with. Not as familiar as you may be, or you all may be, but I am familiar. And one of the things I remember that burned the city up, not literally but figuratively, was how the influx of new residents was taking away from the small town feel of Simpsonville. They were so upset that Main Street Simpsonville was expanded from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. Small is not about size. Small is about culture. And so if you have a large organization that stewards a lot of resources, but still yet has a small-ish type of culture inside of it, though the board may not be involved as employees in day-to-day operations, they may mentally be engaged, or at least with their influence and voices be engaged in day-to-day operations, and that is not the role of governance. That is not the role of governance. A governing board, the primary responsibility of that governing board is to govern, to provide strategic direction, financial oversight, and a whole lot more, as my colleague alluded to earlier, a whole lot more than that. Within a governing board, however, there are different types of board members. In my experience, I've met many a board member, and they're what I would call board member archetypes, right? Board member archetypes. Now, I'm only going to lift up two. I'm only going to lift up two. There are more than two, but I'm only going to lift up two because the binary nature of just lifting up two helps to create more stark distinction. Okay? There's one that I have not included here, just so y'all know I'm not lying, right? Called the swing voter. That's not the one, too, that we're going to focus on, but there is one board member archetype that I call the swing voter. Anyone in here ever ran out of gas before? Right? All right, ran out of gas. Did you have to push the car? Yeah, had to push the car. So pushing the car, can you push the car and park?
Yeah.
No. Can you push the car and drive?
I know it.
What's the best gear to be in to push a car?
Neutral.
Neutral, right? If you had an old school car, you put your foot on the clutch, put it in neutral, wiggle it around a little bit. You make sure the handbrake is down and you can push the car. That's the characteristic of a swing voter. They really don't have a stark agenda or stance. They go in whatever direction they're pushed. So if there's enough push out of a populace or whatever the case may be to go to the right, they'll go to the right. If there's a push to go to the left, they'll go to the left. That's a characteristic of a swing voter on a board, right? But then you got these two, representatives, and I know that word from sitting here listening to your conversation with my colleague. I know that word is significantly nuanced in this context. But I knew that before I got here, so I included it anyway. So representatives and strategic directors. Representatives and strategic directors. So how do we make a distinction between the two? Before I get into these distinctions, I think it's imperative that I do share this with you. From my research, conversation, and understanding of the services that this organization provides and how it is structured both legally and corporately, it takes a special kind of leader to be on the board here. Because you are a hybrid organization, and a hybrid organization requires hybrid leaders. Hybrid leaders who can balance the demand on you as a representative, but also the responsibility given to you to be a strategic director. So as we go to this next slide, it will seem as if we are placing these two types in some type of polemical or two different poles. We do that only to make sure that the distinction is stark. But I do understand that you have multiple stakeholders, nuanced responsibilities, where you may have to flow in between at times some representative behaviors and some strategic director behaviors. Because other nonprofits, unlike this one, the board of directors are not also public servants, so to speak. Maybe not on paper, but at least culturally. Can we all agree with that?
I think you're onto something there.
Okay, all right, so I get it. It's complicated, okay? It's complicated. Can we all say that? Just say, it's complicated.
It's complicated.
Right, it's all, y'all didn't all say it, but it's okay. It's complicated. It really, thanks, Bill, I appreciate you. I can't say I love you yet, like my colleague, but
I'm trying to sit on my hands, but when you first put that up, I was thinking, everybody here has got a little bit of each in them. So I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine, you're fine. And I want to make sure that you are aware that I have a evolving understanding of these distinctions. So that when we go to the next slide, when we make these distinctions, you'll be able to see where we are getting at probably some more of the dark sides of one and the bright sides of the other, only to drill home the point of the necessity of strategic direction in this role, right? Because the pull from one is going to be a whole lot stronger. Now, I know you can't read this. But I'm going to, now if I don't, Ben, do people see this online or they do? Okay. So depending on the screen
I
size.
was just checking on, they might not be able to see the slide deck on YouTube right now.
Okay, because when I watched on YouTube on the way here, I didn't see the slide deck, which is why I asked.
Okay.
So I'm going to read these so that you can get some of these distinctions. All right, so here we go. You see behaviors, and then you get these two different archetypes: strategic director, representative. So the primary focus of the representative is to advocate for a constituency, an organization, and that organization is assuming that organization is not CA or some interest group. The strategic director, rather, focuses on mission, vision, and strategy of the organization as a whole. Two different primary focuses. You can't have two primaries. You can only have one, right? So decision making. The representative prioritizes the needs and interests of the group they represent. Strategic director considers what is best for the organization's long-term sustainability and impact. Engagement style. Representatives are transactional, often advocating or negotiating on behalf of a sector or identity, whereas strategic directors are collaborative, contributing to collective governance and strategic thinking. Accountability. Representatives feel accountable to the appointing body, which in this case would be your villages, employer or represented group. Strategic director feels accountable to the nonprofit's mission and its beneficiaries. Information use. Representatives will share board information selectively, often with external stakeholders. Strategic directors use board information to inform strategic decisions and protect confidentiality. Time orientation, this is significant here. Representatives are focused on short-term wins or current issues of their stakeholder group, whereas strategic directors are oriented towards long-term planning, sustainability, and impact. Board culture contribution. Representatives contribute to a board culture that leads to factionalism or silos on the board, whereas strategic directors promote unity, strategic dialogue, and by strategic dialogue, I don't mean the meeting before the meeting or the meeting after the meeting. Strategic dialogue and shared accountability. All right? Now here's an opportunity for you to reflect some. And this is a reflection, not discussion yet, but reflection. In your tenure as a board member, what column best represents how you currently approach your board role? Are there areas where you act more as representative than a strategic director? Why? What changes could you make to adopt a more strategic director mindset? What support or development would help you make this shift? How might your board culture be reinforcing representative behaviors? What would a board fully aligned with strategic governance look like in your organization? just so you know, this probably won't be the last time you see the slide deck, because Ben's got it now, so it belongs to CA. Yes.
Feels like a good natural point. If I can make a quick recommendation.
Sure.
Is everyone okay if we actually have a working lunch, and if we grab lunch, you can continue your presentation and we just keep on going and keep having that, and we just pause real quick to grab lunch, if that makes sense?
I'd like to make a motion of objection, because y'all didn't let me order lunch. I'm fine with it, though. I'm fine. You all can have a working lunch. I'm fine.
Is everyone okay with that? Okay.
I'll just need 5 minutes to get it set up. If you want to do another slide or two, if that's okay.
Sure.
Perfect.
Well, we had planned on 12:30 for lunch, so do we want to do that, or maybe
Just do 12:30 or?
Let's do 12:30.
Move to have lunch at
That's perfect.
12:15.
It'll be a nice
How
natural.
about 12:20? We'll do it, right? And then
Move to have lunch at
that lets us
12:17.
finish by 1 o'clock, and we can go on to kind of the closed meeting.
Perfect.
So we're going to do an exercise next, and after the exercise, we can do lunch, and you can put as much energy into the exercise as you want to, if you want to expedite the lunch time yourself. So it's difficult to exhibit strategic behaviors without strategic thinking, right? I think if my readings of the founder of this city, I believe I'm pronouncing his name correctly, Rouse, James Rouse, he was a devout Christian, even though he was also had an affinity for interfaith relations and ecumenism. I think he would agree with the biblical adage of, as a man thinketh, so is he. So if you want to exhibit strategic behaviors, you gotta invest in strategic thinking. And so this exercise is going to help us identify strategic thinking versus reactive thinking. Again, this little analysis here is the first critical step towards strategic thinking. So this is what I want us to do. I think you ready? Julie is ready. All right, here we go. Julia, I know Wesley's no longer, I almost said Wesley's no longer with us, but that's a bad omen. Wesley's not here. You may have to rip off some of those for the way this goes, to just put them there before we classify them. Okay, so here's a question, and this is for open discussion. All right, and for open discussion, when I was growing up in Columbia, South Carolina, we had a game called Red Light, Green Light.
Oh, I love that game.
Right? I see a lot of red light. I see a few green lights. And so as my old choir director would say, we can all sing together, but we can't all talk together. Let's just make sure we're not popcorning after I give you this question. And I know that I know Delilah, you have not been on the board a very long time, so you may not feel compelled to contribute to this discussion. The question on the floor is, what decisions or discussions has this board made or engaged in the last 6 to 12 months? Let Julia know. Julia's going to write them down. What decisions have been made in the last 6 to 12 months? Or what discussions have the board engaged in over the last 6 to 12 months? We will classify these. I don't want to give too much away, but we are going to classify these discussions, issues, decisions as strategic or reactive. So the floor is yours. Just shout them out, but make sure you give her time to write it down.
So,
Budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you call people?
Yeah, Karen had budget. Bill?
I would say we made a decision on whether to purchase this building or not. Sorry that was long.
Eric?
The village management facilities.
Bill?
Strategic plan.
1 second.
That marker doesn't bleed, just in case you're wondering.
Yep. Sky?
We evaluated the CEO.
Mike?
The village contracts?
Eric?
We sunset a policy from 1960 or 1970.
You could just say policy discussions.
Eric, could you go green?
Sorry.
Yeah, we sunsetted a couple policies that were a
Mike?
few decades old.
Sorry, Mike.
Just so we have something to throw in the reactive category, the WR Grace stuff.
We did. We voted not to talk about it,
But that was,
exactly.
the question was discussions that we engaged in.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was this.
I thought it was decisions.
Both decisions
We-
and
we
discussions.
Okay, discussion,
Let me tell you why I did that. You stream your decisions and discussions.
Yes.
So the perception to the public of how the board operates is going to involve both decisions and discussions.
So there was a lot of discussion about membership rates.
Annual charge rate.
Annual charge rate? I think I've heard that before.
I know, I'm waiting for Julia. And Bill?
I was gonna wait.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready, sorry.
All right, we had a discussion about the future of the Long Reach Village Center and city properties within.
Karen?
990s and the audits, compensation studies.
All right, last one. Outstanding. We're going to stop there. We're going to classify these as either strategic or reactive. We're going to do it objectively, though. And Ben, if you don't mind, I wish I had a drum roll up here. If you don't mind, we want to see the interactive document, the strategic versus reactive cheat sheet. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm clear on something. We started by talking about the board member archetypes, and you had discussed the representative archetype and the strategic director archetype, and now we're talking about reactive and strategic.
Yes.
That nomenclature change intentional and?
That nomenclature change is intentional.
Okay,
So the strategic direction is going to align with strategic thinking.
yes.
But as you will see on this cheat sheet here, reactive is going to align with representative.
Understood. I just want to make sure that I had the terms correct. Thank you.
You're right on, you dead on. Star student, I don't have a sticker to give you, but if I did. All right, so, perfect. Thank you so very much. What you see here, this is an interactive document of which now belongs to CA because Ben's got it. It is an interactive document to help distinguish as best you can objectively the difference between reactive thinking and strategic thinking. Reactive thinking is going to be about fixing urgent problems. It's going to be responding to complaints. And these check boxes are interactive. So if you download this PDF, if you get it, you can, okay, what is this conversation about? Are we talking about an urgent problem? I'm gonna check it. Are we responding to a complaint from, no offense to anybody streaming, I'm just gonna say, instead of residents, I'm gonna say villager. Right? I was going to say village people, but that might be a little bit too, but your residents, are we responding to resident complaints or stakeholder complaints? Because you have more stakeholder relationships than just those of your residents. Are we making decisions without data?
Yes.
Are we focused on today's issues? That's all reactive. Strategic is investing in long-term improvements, anticipating future needs, making data-informed decisions, and connecting daily choices to a larger vision. So, Julia, pick up any card you want to.
HQ purchase.
According to these characteristics, how would we classify this? Is this strategic or reactive? Now, I wasn't a part of the conversation or decision-making, so I can't chime in.
I think it was strategic.
Reactive.
Oh, we got strategic from Karen. We got, I feel like we're about to vote. We got reactive from Eric.
Strategic.
Strategic? Strategic. All right, Eric, what makes you say it was reactive?
So I felt it was fixing a current problem. So basically, we have something that came up today. We're basically in the short term, and we were looking at a today issue. Granted, it was a decision that had to be made like right away. So I felt it was a little bit more reactive. We're reacting to something that came up based on a calendar date. So there's in the term, there's a specific date where we had to make a decision on the headquarter, and we're reacting to that date.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
No, it's not, because it wasn't an urgent date. It was a date identified years in advance and the decision was informed in a very deliberate, thoughtful manner of consulting with people over months of time, looking at multiple options. That is absolutely not reactive.
So let me.
To get us data.
Okay.
As to whether this would be a worthwhile purchase or not.
Okay. Let me clarify my feedback about the fairness of his feedback. All right? We'll get to this in a little while when we start talking about discussions. There are some ways in which to frame a discussion. So, and it's on another slide. It's later on, Ben. We don't have to go back to that. But it is one, of course, we give people an opportunity to speak through raising of hands. All right, that's one. The second piece is we have to value cognitive diversity. I know one of your areas of emphasis is DEIB. And DEIB is usually couched in a demographic way. White, black, male, female, age demographics, those types of things. But in a professional setting, research suggests what is most advantageous to a business is not just demographic diversity, but cognitive diversity. Because cognitive diversity allows for diverse perspectives of thought and values all of them, all right, in order to drive consensus and also to mitigate for groupthink, which is abhorrent for decision making. So one, you give people a chance to talk through the raising of hands. And secondly, you value cognitive diversity, which means we value everyone's perspective. And our argument from Eric, from the facilitator standpoint, is given what we see on this cheat sheet and his perspective and perception of the way in which the decision was made, it would technically qualify as reactive. That is fair, right? The third thing that we practice is something else that's influenced from the scriptures. We practice synoptics. Have you all ever heard of the synoptic gospels? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. I know I don't want to take you to Sunday school, but I'm an old seminarian. You got to forgive me, right? Synoptics. One gospel out of the four doesn't tell the same story as the other three. The three are called synoptic gospels, S-Y-N optic. Optic means seeing. S-Y-N means together. So the gospels are, we're seeing this same event together. And as the scriptures are arranged, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John have different perspectives, but Christians consider all of them to be true. All of them are true accounts of what happened. And in order to have strategic discussions, we have to practice synoptics, where other perspectives are valued and they can all be right and true all at the same time. All right? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Particularly when we're having strategic discussions. All right, so because the majority perceive this as strategic, Eric, your perspective is valid. That is a very fair decision of your perception of the timeline, but we're going to go with strategic for that one. Okay? Outstanding. So, thanks, Julia. Budget. Strategic. Budgeting?
I'll wait first to say strategic.
All right, strategic. We're going with strategic. All right, we got a consensus for strategic.
There were elements of it that were reactive, but overall, yeah.
All right, Mike, you want to say a little bit more about what the elements are?
Yeah, so just, I think overall it was definitely strategic. You know, when we got down to the last meeting, we were going to approve it, and there were a bunch of motions to amend it at the last second. That was pretty reactive. That had never come up in conversations before.
Okay. Now, Julia, because it's a Post-it note, take that budget and try to put it on both of them. Outstanding. So there's some parts strategic, some parts reactive. Thank you. Yes, Karen.
I actually have a disagreement with that, because some of the things that were brought up at the last meeting had also been brought up earlier in the process. And while people didn't take the time to argue with anyone, some of the things that were being asked had already been asked for, and the board was ignored. So there was strategic thinking that went into it in the beginning, but when you get ignored and you're trying to bring things up and you're trying to make sure that things are out in the open so that everybody's aware of them, it's still strategic, even though some people might view it as reactive.
All right. Outstanding.
I will agree that I felt like at some points we ran into like a rabbit hole of reactiveness where we're talking about say a 100K line item over an $80 million budget. And when you're talking about such a small, granted, 100,000 is not small necessarily, but in the context of an $80 million budget, it can be seen as small. And I think that can be a little reactive.
So here's a question, just for my learning. How would you characterize the budget approval process? Is it data-driven? And by data, I mean, like, are we going based upon expenditures from the last year? Are we trending these expenditures? Like, how are we making budgeted decisions with regards to data-driven decision-making? How would you characterize it? Yay or nay?
The draft budgets presented to the board are extremely data-driven.
Okay.
The decision process of the board itself is a bit of a mixed bag depending on the director in question.
Okay. All right. So this is what we're going to do because it's 12:27. I'm going to stop here, and I'm going to, based on my own judgment as a third party, going through these. I'm again tell you, I wasn't here. I'll classify them. We might talk about it when we get back from lunch. Is that all right? Y'all sure? So Julia, can we give Julia a round of applause? I'm no Pat Sajak, but I mean, you did an excellent job. And I'll classify them. I want you to have an amazing lunch. And, but, well, she's preparing it. You got to go get it. How's that going to work?
It's going to be a rush. We all go to the door at the same time.
Okay. So y'all go to, because I don't know if is it box lunch or?
So the way we do it,
8 sandwiches back there, so.
well, the way we do it is we actually operate reactively when it comes to getting lunch.
Okay. All right. There's no strategy for how lunch is going to be distributed.
We'll react to it.
Outstanding. So
That's the
y'all
strategy.
go get lunch, come back. I'll have that done.
As possible.
All right. Outstanding.
Back in like 5
Yes.
minutes.
No problem. No problem. Thank you. Y'all are great.
For the line to go down. Anthony, what, did your wife, did Miriam do training last year? We had the lady who did what, I can't remember her name, the person we started with today.
try to classify these, and you see what I came up with, right? I'm not, this is someone as a third party, totally outside, not aware of the conversations, discussions, or the nature of these decisions. And the reason why I think that is valid is because the public nature of this body, your decisions are going to be judged or are judged by the, in some cases, the viewing public or residents and other stakeholders. So they may classify certain decisions one way and you may another. So just given my limited expertise, HQ purchase, we already decided that that was strategic. CEO eval, that's strategic. The strategic plan, I mean, it's in the name. That's strategic. Policy discussions. I don't know the nature of the policy discussions and what caused them to be a discussion. But the discussion of policy, depending upon its context, can be strategic. If there were disagreements from a particular stakeholder group that got loud enough to where it became an issue that the board discussed, then that is not strategic. That's responding to complaints, which is reactive. But again, I don't know, so I put it here. 990 audit, that's strategic. Village facilities management, I'm going to say that that's strategic and long term. Again, I don't know the context. W.R. Grace, that sounds to be reactive from what I learned briefly. And then we've got some that are a little bit of one, a little bit of the other. Oh, one, a little bit of the other, okay? Village contracts sounds to be a little bit of both, right? I'm not entirely clear on what the scope of that was, but for this body to be discussing something about village contracts when you have village presidents or something like that, I don't know.
It's a more of a grant agreement. The CA provides grant funding to each village. There's a contract that goes with that.
Okay. So that could be a little bit of both. Yes, Eric.
So when you talk about strategic versus reactive, is it the content of what we're talking about that's strategic reactive, or the means of the discussion, or how we're discussing it? That could be strategic or reactive. So you could have something that could be strategic, but you could talk about it in a very reactive way. So you could talk about policies, but you could be reactive to it. You could be, the policy could come up in a very reactive manner where you're reacting to a certain problem or a certain urgent issue.
That's an amazing observation. And to that I say yes.
And the follow-up to that is there anything inherently wrong about being reactive? Because if you're reactive, there's the first one is fixing an urgent problem. That seems to be important. If I'm fixing an urgent problem, that seems like something that you need to do.
So I'll offer this as a way to think about it. All right? Again, remember early on I suggested that the binary nature of these two things is going to make it seem as if one is wrong and one is right. Right? Ones and zeros. It's binary. But we all know relationships and leadership is not binary. The reason why it's lifted as binary is to facilitate discussion and try to make some distinctions. Is being reactive inherently bad? No. It is problematic, however, if that's the posture of the body. All right? If the board is postured to be reactive, it is going to be difficult to behave strategically. There's a difference between postures and gestures, right? The way everyone is sitting in their chair right now, you have a posture. Now, because of your posture, can you raise your hand? Everybody, can you raise your hand? Show me. You raise your hand, right? Raising your hand is a gesture. What happens is, in many instances, if we have a reactive posture, we can't make strategic gestures. It's almost as if we are in some way Our bones have gotten constricted to where our posture won't allow us to lift our head up. Our posture won't allow us to, y'all ever try to do the old man challenge where you get out of bed early in the morning? I've tried, I'm 48, so I've tried, and you try to put a sock on without bringing the other foot down, and sometimes early in the morning when my back hadn't warmed up, I can't get my knee up here because there's something wrong with my posture. I can't make that gesture. Yes.
So is the converse also true? If we have a strategic posture, that makes it hard to make reactive gestures?
No. If strategic postures is the way a board should be aligned, if you are aligned strategically, you can make any gesture. So the posture of the board should be strategic. And it does have to react to certain things, but reactive should not be your posture. That make sense? Yes. Sky?
I see if a board is very strategic, there will be little need for it to be reactive, and it would be the staff that would be reactive.
Mm-hmm. I love your T-shirt. I thought about my daughter when I saw it. Your hoodie, do more with dogs. So my wife bought a dog, and my child adopted it, because we found out a little later on that mommy is allergic to boxer hair. So mommy wanted the boxer, but then she got allergic to it, so my daughter, she kind of adopted it. She does a lot with the dogs, but she's 23, 24. That's her first responsibility for a living thing. And because it's her first responsibility for a living thing, she's more reactive than strategic. But she's learned how to be a little bit more strategic so she doesn't have to be as reactive. We have stairs at home, so she put the doggy crate in front of the stairs so that the boxer has enough room to run around downstairs and doesn't get to go upstairs and do whatever he wants. Because early on, when she didn't have that strategy, the dog would be upstairs, she would be downstairs, he'd be chewing on something, she'd be doing her hair, and she'd forced to go back and up and down the stairs reacting. And so having a strategic posture gives you the power to make reactive gestures. Yes, Sean?
Yeah, I think, we talk about this internally. A lot of times, you see a problem, fix the problem. Mm-hmm. And, I think that's being reactive instead of saying, well, why do we have this problem? Like, what's back up? And then from the board's perspective, you heard us talk about residents speak out. The residents come in and say, hey, there's this problem, and the board wants to react to the problem and not say, well, why do we have this problem? Let's back it up. So it's really trying to put it in that context where okay, we all acknowledge, okay, maybe there's a problem, but why do we have the problem? Not just try to fix this little part of the problem, because we're just going to see it again.
Exactly. So again, reactive, in these instances, to me, it's a little bit of both. And it is not lifted to make one morally right and another one morally wrong. It is lifted just so that you see the distinctions, but those distinctions are lifted so that you remember the primary function of a board of directors is strategic direction. Reactivity, you should be able to respond to crisis. Yes, to be sure. But the volume of the cries from certain constituencies are often given so that you make their emergency your strategy. And in that way, you have abdicated yourself of the responsibility of being strategic. Strategic directors are those who establish direction and not respond to others' directives. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. Can we go back to the slide, Ben? Ben, don't let all those brownies. Man. All right. So that's a QR code for the cheat sheet if you wanted it on your own. We good to go? All right, cool. So this gets to more of this idea of gesture and posture. Any of you ever been to a chiropractor? Right? Got an adjustment?
Yeah.
Was it fun?
Sure.
Was it a little fun?
Some parts were not fun, most of it was.
I've been to the chiropractor before. Would you agree that there's some adjustments that are made that sound terrible, but you thought you died, but eventually, like, you know what, I actually feel better. Did that happen in your experience?
It did.
Yours too? Mine. I was in a car accident when I was in college, had to go to a chiropractor, and that man put his hand on my back and did one little move, and I was like, the car accident didn't paralyze me, he did. But afterwards, it sounded terrible, but in the midst of it, I feel a little bit better. And what I noticed about chiropractors, just like when you, especially driving on these Maryland roads, one alignment is not going to be enough. You're going to have to revisit the issue over and over again to maintain a certain alignment. We have anchor and alignment here because vision and mission help to provide an anchor so that you can maintain alignment to be strategic. All right? And I know I'm talking a whole lot about terms, and you guys are a bright bunch, so we can talk about terms and parse words, concepts, illustrations, and analogies as the day is long. So how do I want to introduce this? I'm going to do it anyway. I might get in trouble, but I'm going to do it anyway. You can be a very strategic representative. That is possible. Depending upon your agenda, you can be strategic about the way in which you go about representing your particular constituency. For our conversation, we want to aspire to be strategic directors who are anchored by the mission and aligned with the vision. CA's vision helps to vision and mission provide a framework for strategic anchoring and alignment. I live in Annapolis now, and Annapolis, of course, is a big sail city. There's about a lot of boats. The Navy is there, and one thing I know about a ship, I can't swim. I don't like water that much, other than the shower, of course, which I did do this morning. No worries. All right? Is they have an anchor. And the anchor is there not to keep it in one place, because the current is not going to allow the boat to stay in one place, but it does give the boat the strength to drift a little bit, but not too far. And because human beings are engaged in the enterprise of leadership and providing strategic direction for an organization, we may drift. That's just being human. But our anchor keeps us from drifting too far. And the vision and mission of this organization has nestled within it a strategic framework that is helpful for strategic goal setting. The CA mission: engage our diverse community, cultivate a unique sense of place, and enhance the quality of life. You all know this already. The vision contains within it the framework for your emphasis areas and other strategic areas as well. Columbia is intentionally diverse. There's your DEIB. Committed to wellness, which is a strategic area of focus. Sustainable, beautiful, connected, resilient. You all have developed a vision statement that is so operational. It is easy to operationalize, which is critical for strategic thinking and goal setting. You all have made it to where I don't know who came up with the vision statement. Who's taking credit for that?
Collaborative staff.
Really?
Yes, and then the board voted on it. This is ultimately the board's decision.
Amazing. Because, and I'm pretty sure many of you in your professional experience have worked for organizations whose vision you can't operationalize it no matter how many times you say it. But this one has led to a strategic framework, which I believe is on your website and also within your strategic plan, so that you have emphasis areas. And each of these emphasis areas, with a minimum one of them, is a part of your vision statement. DEIB, modernization, awareness of value identity, affordability, and accessibility. And then you've got these strategic focus areas: company connection. The word connected is in your vision. Wellness, the term wellness is in your vision. Environmental sustainability, sustainable, is in your vision. Resource resilience, the term resilient, is in your vision. So when it comes to strategic thinking, your strategic thinking should align with these strategic focus areas and these areas of emphasis that are outlined both in your mission, your vision, and in your strategic plan. They operate as guideposts. They operate as guardrails so that you can continue to execute your primary responsibility, which is providing strategic direction for Columbia Association. You've got a real gem here. And by gem, I mean G-E-M, not like the gems that y'all have throughout Columbia.
Those are
right?
great too.
Huh?
Those are great too.
I'm gonna take your word for it. Those are great too. So, these guides and guardrails help to channel focus. They help to channel your focus. They help you to differentiate the difference between what is strategic and what is reactive, because they give you certain litmus tests. How is W.R. Grace impacting our vision for an environmentally stable and sustainable, environmentally sustainable Columbia or Columbia Association? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Right? Let's see. In what ways are the village contracts incentivizing or impeding a certain level of connectedness? Got it? How does our budget strategically support and promote our emphasis areas and our strategic areas of focus? Are we dedicating dollars to DEIB? Are we dedicating dollars to modernization? These make sense?
Yes.
All right. So I wanted us to go through these things that are placed there and ask ourselves, how do these discussions and decisions connect to our vision? How does the CEO eval align with CA's vision? How does the HQ purchase align with CA's vision? How does the policy discussion align with CA's vision? So, I want you all to select, we got a lot of them, one discussion, issue, or decision from our little whiteboard over there that Julia so kindly engineered, right? And we're going to discuss how that issue, how that decision, that discussion aligns with CA's vision or not. Now, these are discussion parameters. If you have something to share, because many of our mics are on, please, by all means, raise your hand. Secondly, we want to value cognitive diversity. You are not required to think like me. I'm not required to think like you or see the things that you see the way that you see them. I can try to exercise as much empathy as I can, even if I disagree with your point of view, to see that you see it that way. So we want to make sure we don't create a moralization of perspectives to where one person's perspective becomes ethically or morally right and someone else's becomes ethically and morally wrong. Unless they're talking about doing something illegal, which I don't think any of you all would do, because we are being recorded. This is live. Third, we want to practice synoptics, seeing things together. You have a perspective, Karen, from your side of the table. You have a perspective, Bill, from your side of the table. Colin, you have a perspective from your side. I have a perspective from this side. We could all be looking at the same thing in 4 different ways, and those 4 ways are all consistent with the reality of what's going on in the middle of the room. So, what issue are we choosing from over there?
Budget.
Anybody else got anything else you want to discuss of the budget?
I'll do policy.
Got budget, policy.
I would recommend the budget.
All right, Mike recommends the budget. All right, for the sake of time, we're just gonna go two out of 3. All right, and let's discuss the budget. Now, where I put it, there's some parts that are reactive, some parts that are strategic. How does the budget, this is the question that's on the floor, align with CA's vision? The floor is yours.
Are we just talking theoretically, or do you want actual?
This discussion is on you.
Oh, okay.
Now, I'm totally uninformed about, I know how much money you all steward, between 83 to 86 million, but that's coming from reading the website. I know it comes from several different places. I've had an opportunity to talk to Dan, so I know about the 2.4 million interactions a year that they have going on, and something about the percentage between non-resident and residents, membership fees, and how much that contributes to, I think it's 34 million, that it contributes to the overall budget. I've talked to Sean just a tad about annual charge. I don't know how those things are assessed, and I don't know the number of line items you have or how those monies are allocated or what, and probably John probably can speak to this, if you are by the HOA Act of Maryland required to dedicate certain resources in the budget to certain things. I have no clue. So I'm just going to give it to you all to discuss. I'm here to facilitate you discussing, having a strategic discussion about how the budget aligns with your vision. Yes, Eric.
So I'll start. And we talk about emphasis areas. And I think the biggest emphasis area that the budget would play to is affordability and accessibility. I mean, that's the affordability directly relates to budgets. And one of my concerns are through our budgeting process and through the annual charge and through our rates, CA's for our residents is becoming less affordable. So I see our annual charge bills, even though the rate stays the same, our annual charge bills are going up. I see our gym membership rates for our residents and our pool membership rates going up. And I see that adversely affecting our affordability, accessibility emphasis area.
Okay. All right. Yes.
The 2 words that stick out to me are evolving and dynamic. And I think because we don't know what the future's going to bring, especially the next 3.5 years, that we have to build in some security and some flexibility and enough of a base, enough of a pillow so that we can fall back on a certain general part of the budget in case certain things go up that we're not expecting. I guess the word insurance or
Sure.
Built-in insurance.
Sure. There's a lot of volatility, and you want to make sure that there's some sustainability built into the budget. I do have a bill before you give your feedback. Yeah. I do have a question about which vision do we operate under? Because the vision that's on the web and the vision that's on that.
That's the old one, the one on the website. Yeah, we're replacing the signs.
Okay, we're replacing the signs.
They're very similar.
Yeah, they're similar.
Probably, they're not going to be that different.
There's a.
The mission is the same.
The mission is the same. The vision is
Completely different.
It's different. It's different because it doesn't contain the emphasis areas or the strategic areas of focus, and it's not as operational as the one that you all have now. Bill, please.
Well, I just think that with respect to the affordability, we're also looking at what are our costs, and we need to cover what the increase in costs are in order to provide the same level of service. And we need to ensure that that happens. And in addition to that, we have a whole lot of things that we do that aren't forward-looking, but are also essential, that don't get wrapped up in vision, that we need to take care of, like insurance and IT security and things like that, that are difficult to characterize in a vision. Nobody wants to say, hey, we've got to secure IT as their vision. So that's another piece that we really don't get to discuss much when we're doing these kind of discussions.
I love this discussion. So I want to provide two probably points, just brief feedback, and Eric, I'll come back to you. Thinking strategically, right? When I hear IT and I hear connectedness, IT helps to facilitate a certain level of connectedness. There are certain areas I would imagine, I know in South Carolina, but also in Maryland, where communities don't have broadband. So they can't connect to the rest of the world when it comes to commerce. They can't connect to the rest of the world with regards to communication and other types of connectedness. I lived in a neighborhood in Simpsonville, and let me tell you, that Facebook group in the summer, when they started going on and on about the pool for the community amenities, man, listen, you talking about connected. So IT can help to facilitate some fulfillment of the vision with regards to connectedness, accessibility to broadband, and a whole host of other things if we are thinking strategically. And with regards to some of Eric's feedback about affordability, affordability is a term that would probably need to be defined for the vision to continue to be shared. What is meant by affordable, and affordable for whom? Those are things that could facilitate a strategic conversation, yes. And then we're coming to you, Mike. Unless, Mike, did you have your hand up first and then Eric raised his hand again? I can't remember.
I believe I did.
Okay.
I was just going to point out that there's a very straight line, literally a straight line in the budget connecting the vision to the strategy to our goals and objectives to everything that goes into the budget. Like it's literally a straight line in our budget document that shows how it's all connected. And it would be very easy for me to go through any particular aspect of the budget and back that back out against the goals and objectives in our strategic framework, to our overall strategy, and to the vision statement. So I think the budget is very effectively doing that.
So can I ask a follow-up question? How would you have to have the budget in front of you in order to make those distinctions, or could you go off like the top of your head?
I mean, if you wanted to name something in the budget, yes, I could.
Okay.
I could tell you how it aligns to one of the emphasis areas, or what's the other direction? Emphasis area.
Strategic areas of focus.
Focus.
Yeah,
Focus
strategic
area,
of focus, and then on the left-hand side, you got the emphasis area. So I'm curious, you can pick one of the two, modernization or belonging, not the whole DEIB, but belonging. How is the budget facilitating or reflective of modernization or belonging? You pick either one.
Well, I mean, both are easy. I mean, the capital budget is clearly an emphasis on modernization. There's a lot of things in there about updating our fleet of vehicles to be more environmentally friendly, updating our IT systems to be more secure. So that would be modernization. The belonging piece would be the areas of emphasis on diversifying, like Lakefront Live events, ensuring that we're engaging with more members of the community, and so on.
Okay, cool. That's outstanding. Eric, Deshaun, did you briefly raise your hand? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Eric.
So I'd like to throw this metric out there when we talk about belonging, when we talk about affordability and accessibility, is the metric of what percentage of our residents' households actually have a membership to our pools or gyms, any of those facilities, golf courses, and it's less than 30%. It hovers at anywhere between 25 and 30% of our residents have a purchased membership, which allows them access to our pools, gyms, some combination of those facilities. And these are the facilities we advertise. These are the facilities that we advertise to people. Come move to Columbia. This is what we have to offer. And yet less than 30% have a membership to use them. The reason is either they're unaffordable for people, or they're just not interested, or some combination. But that's the key metric in my mind. So again, to Skye's point, yes, we need to have strategic reserves. We need to have a good funding foundation to support all this. But at the end of the day, our strategic goal is to create a vision that supports our entire community. Perhaps all of us have a membership because we're on the board. We're afforded a fit and play membership, but we also need to recognize that a lot of our neighbors don't have that.
So I would love for, but we don't have time to do it here, an engagement about how the 30% number what data, how it was collected to support those findings, and to your point, how do we establish causality between the annual charge and the lack of those engagement with those amenities? I'm not saying you have to provide those answers right now. What I'm saying is, what devices or what strategic questions need to be asked by the board to develop those means to examine those metrics so that informed decisions can be made about the annual charge and the affordability and accessibility.
So that the metric I referred to, that's in our quarterly financial statements. So there's actually a page on that in our financial statements every quarter. So that's where I basically draw that up from. I sort of mentally chart that number. And that's based on probably more membership rates than the annual charge. The annual charge people have to pay regardless.
Right. And again, my feedback, or just, I would say coaching or even consulting, how do we establish causality? Because if we, and this is the mathematician in me, I was a math major and a math teacher for a while. If we make decisions based on a statistic without a certain amount of analytical rigor, we could be putting a Band-Aid on something that doesn't exist, right? And so we have to have means by which we can fully examine and investigate why these metrics aren't aligning with our engagement goals for the association, so that we can better move towards that goal. If 30% is a bad number, then how do we get it to another number, and how are we assessing our ability to get it to another number and what's causing us not to meet certain goals? Sean.
So we won't belabor this, but this is a great example of reactive versus strategic.
Okay.
So, this is something the board struggles with, where Eric is like, well, costs need to come down, costs need to come down. That's to me, that's reactive in that, the board needs to think long-term. And how do we prepare for another generation of people who live in Columbia if we're continually cutting costs? Not that we're not sensitive to it, but then, we can certainly try to do both, but we need to say, all right, well, if you keep cutting costs, then what's the appeal other than people just think it's a cheap place and it's not being maintained? So the board needs to kind of take this long-term approach to say, what's the investment in the future? What is that cost going to be? And then market to that, because there's people that live here, and yes, they've been here a long time. They say, well, everything's expensive. Well, there's people that want to move here, are probably willing to spend the money, but they want infrastructure, they want modernization. So the board has a very tough job where they need to balance that, but they need to think strategically and long-term and really kind of use that muscle more. And you're alluding to it, but then this is an example of being reactive versus strategic.
Yes.
And I'm really sorry, but I do want to be mindful of time. So
Yes, please. How much time do I have?
Where are we at?
I mean, we're late, so
Yeah.
5 minutes.
All right, cool. Let's do this. So we've had our discussion, and as anticipated, we've gotten into the weeds, right? So what can we stop doing that keeps us in the weeds, right? I think that question should be posed differently. Not what should we stop doing, but what should we start doing? What we, if you don't mind,
Karen,
Karen,
go ahead. I thought you were letting a question come. Go ahead.
I'm gonna rush to
you're fine.
rush to the end here in my 10-minute time span. So I would offer this as a solution to keep you out of the weeds. Strategic question. What types of questions are we asking that help us to align with our vision, our mission? if you notice, this presentation has had a lot of questions in it. And I am trying to model how we can inject different people's or integrate people's perspective, not to come up with solutions first, but to come up with new questions we should ask. Does that make sense to you guys? All right? And we'll get to comments after a while. I got like maybe 4 or 5 more slides. All right? And I believe this is extremely important. When it comes to strategic thinking, that is the linchpin to strategic behaviors, is strategic questioning. What types of questions are we asking? So this is a QR code to another document, another PDF document that gives about 20 strategic questions. And Ben, if you don't mind pulling up that document for me, the strategic questioning document. Ben's gonna pull it up. I'm gonna read all of these questions. Then I've got a little exercise for you to do, and 1 or 2, and then I'll be out of your hair. Is that fine? We can get out of here 1:30.
A little sooner.
1:25.
We have just another presenter coming in, so when they're,
Oh, really?
they're
Oh,
yeah.
1:25.
Okay, yes, that'd be great.
All right, perfect. Again, these documents, Ben has it. You have the PowerPoint slide, all the QR codes, all of that stuff. So you go to the second page for me, if you don't mind.
Your clicker should still work.
I've never done that before on a PDF document. That's the first. So, strategic questions, mission and vision alignment. How do these goals support vision and mission? Are we focusing on the right beneficiaries, communities, or causes? Are our current programs and services still the best vehicles to fulfill our mission? Right? These are high-level strategic questions. What are the most pressing needs of the community we serve? What measurable impact, which directly gets to a SMART goal, what measurable impact do we want to achieve in the next 1 to 3 years? And I think that 1 to 3 year time frame aligns a little bit, one, with your term elections, but also the average of how long people serve, just given some of the numbers I've heard here. Right? How will we evaluate the success of our goals? Do we have the internal capacity to achieve these goals? What gaps in skills, funding, infrastructure need to be addressed to move forward? How will these objectives affect our financial health? What revenue streams will support these goals in the long run? And in your case, how will our current revenue streams support these goals long term? Stakeholder engagement, which I think is extremely important for you to understand how many stakeholders you actually have. Have we consulted key stakeholders? Stakeholders, and the tendency of representatives is to think that their constituents are the only stakeholders, when in this capacity as a board member, the staff is a stakeholder, the county is a stakeholder, non-residents who pay membership fees, they are a stakeholder, businesses who operate, they are stakeholders. I think I overheard a conversation for some village construction, maybe even lien holders are also stakeholders. And so having a comprehensive view on who your stakeholders are is also indicative of strategic thinking. You have to move beyond thinking of one population as your primary stakeholder. You have several. What role will the board play in monitoring and supporting progress? Are we open to new ways of thinking, of emerging trends? All of these are types of strategic questions. What I wanted to do in the time we have, if you could go back to the slide deck, was give you an opportunity to practice strategic questioning. As I shared with you earlier, I'm a former educator, so as an educator, you got to have a time for instruction, then you've got guided practice, and then you have independent practice. And I think as you continue to stretch your strategic thinking muscles to develop a more strategic posture as board members, you have to have opportunities where you are practicing your strategic questioning capacity. We wanted to do that. We don't have time to do that. We'll keep moving. The question is, what are you willing to commit to? As you move towards having a strategic goal-setting session or conversation, what are you committed to? I would ask that you commit to a mindset shift, and you commit to bringing forward a strategic question. And we don't have time to go through what strategic questions would look like for your organization, but you've got a template and you can go from that document to begin to say, okay, well, what strategic questions will I be asking in the mission alignment area, or in the financial area, or in the governance area? What type of financial questions, what type of strategic questions do I need to be prepared to ask in a goal-setting forum that keeps us in a strategic posture so that we can continue to move the organization forward? I would ask that at some point you fill out this form. Is that rain or the air?
It's air.
Oh, whew, I got nervous.
We just got clearance.
Okay. When you have, this is the last slide and I'm out. When you have a strategic goal-setting session, you should be prepared for a storm. Delilah, I know you just got here. I'm not picking at you. I'm just identifying that you are a new person in a new seat, in a new role. You're part of a strategic leadership team. And I know I'm talking directly to you, but I'm talking to everyone. There's stages of team development: forming and then storming. So as you are oriented to the life of this board, all of us should be prepared for there to be little board storms. Storms are natural. Conflict is natural. It is a fact of life. It does not have to be a way of life. And when you're having a strategic questioning or strategic conversation about goals, you have to be prepared for those storms. And one way to do it is using this framework. One, you ask your strategic question. Whatever question you develop from the form prior, you ask that strategic question. Then you have constructive conversations. Those constructive conversations use those three things that I shared in our discussion parameters, where you value everybody's cognitive diversity, you practice synoptics, and if you can, raise your hand so that everyone has a chance to speak. Got it? That's a constructive conversation. Then you cultivate consensus. And cultivating consensus takes everyone's perspective into account, though at times you may vote or go in a direction that not everybody is unanimously in agreement in. You commit to the decision that you make, and then lastly, you communicate unity. You communicate unity. It is difficult to communicate unity when there are some challenging conversations that you have to have within the public eye. But at the end of the day, a strategic director, as we said when it comes to board culture from a previous slide, promotes unity. You use this framework, your strategic questionings, you use strategic questioning handout, you continue to differentiate between strategic and directive, and you will be on a path to develop strategic goals. I apologize for being 2 minutes over, but thank you for your time. I don't think we have time for questions or comments, but I'm going to turn it back over to Colin.
Thank you, and thank you, Anthony. So I think we're at a point where, well, first off, I want to thank all the staff for being here on a Saturday, so that's cool. But I think that we're going to adjourn the public meeting. So is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any opposition? Okay, by consent, we will adjourn our public meeting. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
So we'll definitely gonna do this at the training.
So we're going upstairs.